direct correlation between the accumulated loans and tangible development. And this signals a severe lack of accountability for taxpayers' money. This particularly is unacceptable in the current context, where poverty levels are rising and economic hardships are intensifying. The failure to translate borrowed funds into meaningful development projects is a betrayal of public trust, which we have, and a misuse of national resources. This government promised to build a specialized hospital at LWA. And so far, over 600 billion shillings has been sunk into this project. And Ministry of Finance confirmed that figure here in the House, over 600 billion shillings that we have sunk into LWA specialized hospital. But there's nothing to show for all of that money. No wonder they cannot give access to us as legislators to see what's happening there at the site, yet the money is appropriated here. I find that very quixotic, Right Honorable Speaker. Government comes to us to appropriate money. We do. And then when we want to play our oversight role, we cannot. The health committee tried to access that site. They were denied access. I went because my responsibility is to keep the government in check. Together with my colleagues, we went. We were denied access. The Speaker told us that a delegation led by yourself, Right Honorable Speaker, as Deputy Speaker, will go, check out the site and give us feedback. I'm hoping, Right Honorable Speaker, you were also not denied access. Because you preside over the house that appropriated this money, why doesn't government want to account to us? Why? I made a suggestion here and I said, all of us in our constituencies where we come from, there's a health center, a government health center that doesn't have medicine, that doesn't have medical workers. Let's appropriate that money to those health centers because they are operational, as opposed to sinking it into something we don't quite understand. Right Honorable Speaker, this government has sunk lots of money into Otya sugar factory without much to show for it. The Parliamentary Budget Committee records reveal that so far, 553.71 billion has been injected in the Otya sugar factory project, but not a single grain of sugar has been produced.
Procedure, Speaker. Procedure, Speaker.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Procedure, Speaker.
Procedure?
Yes.
But
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable, it's
yes.
wrong to access a microphone before, you know.
I apologize, Mr. Speaker. The Right Honourable Leader of the Opposition mentioned that you probably could have access to LWA, where the rest of us have not been able to access. And we have always been anxious to know. I had thought probably you would confirm or deny, and wanted to be guided procedurally whether you would not advise us whether you went and probably which report you have for us, which I'm sure would enrich the LOPS.
I'm going on Wednesday. Yeah. Because the Speaker told you I would go on Wednesday, and and I will go on Wednesday. Yeah, I'm waiting. Okay. Yeah. But LOP, I would guide our rules when you're reading a statement, and in the interest of time, because we have 30 minutes. I can see you've used 17. I would request you read a statement. Since you submitted a statement that is on our system and we are trying to follow.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Actually, what I'm reading is in that statement,
fact,
which was uploaded.
If you had done that, then my name wouldn't have even come here. That's on a light note.
Right Honorable Speaker, I just wanted to buttress the point that is uploaded thereon. But let me proceed. I was talking about Otya Sugar Factory before I was interrupted by my land friend. 553.71 billion has been injected into the Otya Sugar Factory project. But to date, no sugar has come from Otya. And the citizens are asking, where is the value for our tax money? Right Honorable Speaker, the government borrowed money in 2021 for Karamoja Jinja Expressway to improve the connection between Kampala and Jinja cities and to neighboring countries along the northern corridor.
Kampala Jinja, for the record.
I beg your pardon, I mentioned Kampala, not Karamoja.
Yeah.
It's because I was seeing some colleagues here from Karamoja. So I got to talk about our good colleagues. The Kampala Jinja Expressway to improve connection between Kampala and Jinja cities. And to date, Right Honourable Speaker, 0.1% of the borrowed money has been utilized. Consequently, we lose 24,000 man-hours every day due to traffic jams. We borrowed money, 0.1% of that has been utilized. Right Honourable Speaker, let me move on a bit. Let me skip some things since I'm short of time. Let me talk about corruption, which is a malignant cancer that has got to be urgently dealt with and very sternly. Right Honourable Speaker, it is our considered view that there must be firm commitment to effective and efficient service delivery, accountability, and zero tolerance for corruption. Our alternative budget priorities for the financial year 2024-2025 were anchored on the theme fostering resilient communities by combating corruption and promoting efficient service delivery. We were deliberate about this. And our alternative policy direction, and more so, the alternative budget ably articulates our unwavering stance on corruption. Uganda established a comprehensive anti-corruption system to combat the pervasive issue of corruption within the country. However, there is lack of commitment to this fight. The country continues to be ranked among the most corrupt in the world. This indicates underlying systemic issues that contribute to the persistence of corruption in our country. Every year, Transparency International disseminates results for the Corruption Perceptions Index. This CPI highlights how different countries score in the fight against corruption. According to Transparency International, its report of 2023, Uganda had a score of 26 out of 100. That's 26%. When ranked by score, Uganda placed 141st out of 180 nations in the index, with the first country having the most honest public sector. You can see where we lie, 141st out of 180. This is a clear indicator, Right Honourable Speaker, of how badly we are doing in our quest to deal with corruption. Right Honourable Speaker, the executive, judiciary, and legislature, the same institutions tasked with safeguarding public funds, have been embroiled in a web of corruption. The legislature, which we are part of, is embroiled in corruption allegations that span from the distribution of iron sheets meant for Karamoja, the now infamous budget corruption, payments for war loss compensations to cooperatives, solicitation of funds, to mention a few. According to a report by the Inspectorate of Government titled Cost of Corruption in Uganda, the estimated cost of corruption per year is between 9.1 trillion at the lower end, according to that report, and 20 trillion on the upper end per year. And this is a report of a government entity. This amount represents a significant portion of Uganda's total government revenue and could be saved if corruption were dealt with firmly. The head of state's call for a caution on lifestyle audits is a slap in the face of every Ugandan who is yearning for a brighter future. We hear slogans of crushing corruption, but they are not followed by serious action. Mere words, Right Honourable Speaker, will not save the money that is meant to build schools, educate our children, or provide the much-needed service delivery. We need results, not rhetoric. Right Honourable Speaker, for want of time, I'll skip the matter regarding our land sector, the land of Ugandans being grabbed, and it is grabbed by the mighty and powerful, and our people continue to suffer with, for many of them, the only asset which they do have. We must deal with these issues. Let me move to transport sector. Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, our transport sector presents a bleak image characterized by a system that falls short of meeting the fundamental needs of our citizens. This stifles economic progress. Central to the challenges faced by this neglected sector is the lamentable state of infrastructure, particularly roads, which serve as a vital conduit for both urban and rural connectivity. Failure to maintain roads effectively has resulted in many becoming nearly inaccessible during the rainy season, impeding movement and economic activity. The dire condition of our road network has far-reaching implications for both urban and rural communities. About 29% of Kampala's road network is in relatively good condition, based on the International Roughness Index, road unevenness, with 71% in fair to poor condition. 71%. And yet the bulk of our revenue is collected here in Kampala. The deteriorating roads in Kampala metropolitan area exacerbate traffic congestion, prolong commute times, and raise vehicle operating expenses. Generally, most of the roads in Kampala are in overhaul. This not only consumes time and resources, but also has a negative impact on productivity. For example, in Kampala, traffic jam is a daily ordeal for commuters, resulting in loss of hours and decreased efficiency in business. But it's not just Kampala, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. In rural areas, the poor state of roads poses even greater challenges. Many rural communities rely on roads for access to essential services such as health, education, markets. However, during the rainy season, impassable roads cut off these communities from vital resources, exacerbating inaccessibility and hindering socioeconomic development. For example, farmers struggle to transport their produce to markets, leading to losses and reduced income. Similarly, access to healthcare facilities becomes limited, putting lives at risk, especially in emergencies. Addressing these challenges, Right Honorable Speaker, requires coordinated efforts to streamline fund allocation, enhance procurement processes, and improve infrastructure maintenance capacity at all levels of government. Honorable Speaker, let me briefly talk about the healthcare system, which is deplorable. The dire state of the healthcare system is glaringly evident in rural areas where hospitals and clinics are often devoid of the most basic necessities. Imagine a mother in a remote village, desperate to find medicine for her sick child, only to discover that the nearest clinic is without essential drugs or even a qualified healthcare worker to offer assistance. This heartbreaking scenario plays out far too often across the country, leaving families devastated and communities vulnerable to the ravages of preventable diseases. Corruption within the healthcare sector has compounded service delivery challenges, creating a vicious cycle of deprivation and despair. Consider the case of a hospital where funds meant to purchase vital medical supplies mysteriously disappear into the pockets of corrupt officials. As a result, patients are left to suffer needlessly, their lives hanging in a balance as they wait in vain for treatment that may never come. Many of the calls all of us get from our constituents is to give them some money to go to a private healthcare facility, because the government one is not providing that. Meanwhile, those responsible for this embezzlement continue to enjoy lives of luxury, callously indifferent to the suffering they have. An allocation of 1.6 trillion shillings, representing 4.4% of the total national budget. This funding is insufficient, with over 54% of the sector's budget coming from external financing. There's an urgent need to increase the budget to at least 10% in alignment with the 2013 Malabo Declaration on accelerated agricultural growth and transformation. In addition, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, we must prioritize agricultural mechanization. Many of our farmers lack access to appropriate technology at various stages of the agricultural value chain. The Ministry of Agriculture must develop and present a national mechanization strategy and equipment management and utilization policy to Parliament. This will help address the existing challenges and gaps in the mechanization strategy. Furthermore, there is need to allocate a budget for strengthening the public extension system and recruiting more extension workers in areas of high need. And we have many. By doing so, the government is tasked to facilitate a phased recruitment and deployment of additional extension workers. Fisheries subsector. Honourable Speaker and colleagues, this Parliament has received petitions numerously about the government's mismanagement of the fisheries subsector. The Fish Mowers and Traders Association of Uganda Limited is concerned about the excessive taxes, missing trade agreements, increasing brutality by security personnel, and human rights violations in the disguise of fighting illegal fishing. Even after this Honourable House, this one, passed the Fisheries and Aquaculture Act of 2022 to manage the fisheries subsector in our country, human rights violations and torture are not accounted for in many of these operations on the lake by security agencies. Parliament has urged the Minister of Fisheries to introduce regulations for the Fisheries and Aquaculture Act of 2022 with no success. We also call for an investigation into atrocities committed by security personnel and for the perpetrators to be brought to justice and for the victims to be compensated. These are Ugandans trying to eke out a living. Honourable Speaker, we have challenges in our judicial system, in our justice system. It is plagued by chronic under-resourcing and inefficiency, leading to substantial delays in adjudicating cases. These delays have severely hindered the ability of the judiciary to provide timely and effective justice. For many Ugandans, the lack of affordable legal representation exacerbates the problem, resulting in stark disparities in access to justice. Those unable to afford lawyers often navigate the complex legal system without adequate support, which compromises their right to a fair trial. Judicial corruption is another significant issue undermining the justice system in Uganda, Right Honourable Speaker. Reports of judicial officers and court officials taking bribes to influence case outcomes are alarmingly uncommon. This corruption not only skews the administration of justice, but also erodes public confidence in the judiciary. For instance, individuals with financial means can often secure favorable verdicts through bribery. Even government officials have talked about this matter that I'm addressing, while those without such resources are left at a disadvantage. This pervasive corruption undermines the rule of law and perpetuates a sense of injustice among the populace. Honourable Speaker, resource constraints, slow case processing and corruption prolong suspect pre-trial detention. This is why many accused persons unlawfully spend months or years in detention before trial. This violates due process and fair trial, since it impacts people, families, and communities. Honourable Speaker, our colleagues who just returned from jail, who were brutally arrested as they were going for a press conference, the Honourable Francis Zake, Honourable Tebandeke Charles, and Honourable Sanchirumira, told us of many inmates they found in police detention facilities here at CPS. People have been there for weeks. It is wrong. And we must be able to address these issues. The other example, we have so many National Unity Platform and other opposition supporters languishing in various detention centers on trumped-up charges. Secondly, including NRM. Secondly, there have been cases where suspects of minor offenses have been jailed for longer than the maximum sentence they would have received if convicted. This is indicative of a justice system that is not only slow, but also indifferent to the plight of the less privileged. Honourable Speaker and colleagues, the lack of timely and fair adjudication has fostered a culture of impunity in our country, where those with power and resources exploit the system to their advantage. Furthermore, the judiciary struggles with severe resource constraints, and these have manifested in various forms, such as inadequate court facilities, insufficient staff, limited access to legal databases, and other necessary tools to do their work. These shortcomings have occasioned the challenge of case backlog and overburdened judicial officers who are unable to keep pace with the volume of cases that require adjudication. According to the Justice, Law and Order Sector report, courts closed, and colleagues listen to this, courts closed with a pending caseload of 156,349 cases in 2021-2022, of which 42,960 were backlogged. This accounted for 27.48% of case backlog. It is problematic. These issues have been made worse by the absence of a strong legal aid system, which leaves the most vulnerable segments of society without access to legal assistance. The government should extend access to legal aid, enhance transparency and accountability, and increase financing of the judiciary. The justice system can only regain public confidence and maintain the rule of law by implementing such measures. Tourism, wildlife and antiquities. Right Honourable Speaker, this sector is a significant source of foreign exchange for our country, and it boasts of high returns on investment. This sector is the most appropriate means to revive our struggling economy, and it should be given the necessary attention and support to raise funds for the protection and enjoyment of other basic rights. However, Right Honourable Speaker, it is unfortunate that the government of Uganda provides insufficient funding for this sector, despite its economic potential. In 2022, for instance, tourism-related revenue and foreign exchange earnings totaled 2.7 trillion shillings. Yet the sector's approved budget has been stagnating between 193 billion and 248 billion in the last 5 financial years. This is a very fertile sector, because if you can reap 2.7 trillion when you inject about 200 billion, that means when you inject more, you'll reap a lot more. It's equally important to note that there is historical and cultural heritage sites with over 650 cultural sites which are underserved and underdeveloped for tourism. We need to fix this. Let me run to education, Right Honourable Speaker. The education sector in Uganda is plagued by severe underfunding, leading to a multitude of challenges which significantly impede the delivery of quality education. We have got overcrowded classrooms, which are a common sight, with student-to-teacher ratios far exceeding recommended levels. For example, a recent validation exercise done by the Education Service Commission revealed that the country required an extra workforce of 78,880 primary school teachers to reach the intended target of maintaining a 1 to 40 teacher-pupil ratio at the basic level. This, however, is far from being achieved. Overcrowding has not only hampered effective teaching and learning, but has also put a strain on the few resources that we have available, such as textbooks, desks, and other essential supplies. Many schools, particularly in rural regions, lack appropriate infrastructure, including poor sanitation, which negatively impacts on the learning environment. And that is a sight in all our constituencies, Right Honourable Speaker. A major contributing factor to the aforementioned challenges is the chronic shortage of qualified teachers. In many schools, especially those in remote areas, there are not enough teachers to meet the needs of the student population. This shortage forces schools to either combine classes or employ unqualified personnel, both of which negatively impact the quality of education. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to skip a bit for want of time. I've talked about education and what I believe we need to do to fix it. Defense and Internal Affairs. The Ministry of Internal Affairs is entrenched in a mire of corruption and inefficiency, failing utterly in its mandate to provide effective policing and public safety services. The high crime rates, coupled with the pervasive lack of trust in law enforcement agencies, expose the ministry's glaring incompetence and systemic failure. The rampant corruption within the police force and other internal affairs departments is a cancer eating away at the very fabric of our society. Bribery and favoritism are not just occasional occurrences. They are the norm, unfortunately, and they severely undermine justice and security. There are widespread reports and incidents of excessive use of force, arbitrary arrests and torture. These abuses are often directed at political opponents and even ordinary citizens. For example, during political gatherings, the police routinely uses excessive force, including firing live ammunition and unnecessary tear gas resulting in injuries and fatalities. Arbitrary arrests and detention are rampant, with individuals being held without trial, sometimes for extended periods. In a number of cases, what we see is abduction of citizens by plain-clothed, gun-wielding men who take these people to unknown places. And many have since been missing for years. For example, John Bosco Chibalama, who has been missing for over 4 years. Yet, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Robin Anabanja, admitted that he was arrested by the state and he's in the hands of the state. Of late, the same is happening even to members of parliament. We saw what happened in the past to Honorable Segirinya, Honorable Sewanyana, and most recently to the Honorable Paul Akamba, who is one of us, who belongs to the NRM. But he was abducted, and for about 3 or so days, no one knew where he was. It is wrong, whether it happens to the opposition or to people from the ruling party. Right, Honorable Speaker, when these practices become normalized, because everyone gets to be a potential victim, that's what happens when we normalize them, as we are witnessing today. What's particularly disturbing, Right Honorable Speaker, is the abdication of duty by the Uganda Human Rights Commission, a body explicitly mandated to safeguard the rights of our citizens. This commission has shamelessly turned a blind eye to these atrocities, failing in its core responsibility to protect the vulnerable and uphold justice. This neglect not only emboldens the perpetrators, but also undermines the trust and faith of the people in our institutions that are meant to protect them. I want to skip a bit, Right Honorable Speaker, for want of time, and move to my conclusion. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the spirit under which we raise these issues is not just because we are only mandated to do so as per the legal and policy frameworks under which we operate. It is a nationalistic one, because the concerns I've raised, we see them where we come from. We see them among the people we lead, who keep calling us to fill in the gaps where government is meant to be taking action. When the country is sinking, Right Honorable Speaker, we cannot all just become spectators to cheerlead those who are steering our country to complete destruction, as per the examples that I have given. I see Honorable Magezi is mad. I have listed the examples, many of which are happening in the constituencies where we come from, including the one which you used to represent, because you don't represent it anymore, sir. Right Honorable Speaker, we must take a step forward to put up a spirited fight to redeem our country from those who hold power and they are irresponsibly using it contrary to the citizenry wishes and aspirations. As a government in waiting, because we shall continue to do whatever is possible within our reach to bring about a positive change aimed at restoring the original glory of our country. I therefore implore each one of us, Right Honorable Speaker, to reflect on these issues and act swiftly on them for the good of all of us and those who shall come after us. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you. Our colleagues, under Rule 53, we may debate the response of the leader of opposition to the state of the nation or any of his statements. But I think for us to have a structured debate, I would want to suggest that we also receive the motion that we do have for the state of the nation, and we debate all of them together so that we have much more time. Next item.
Item 6, motion that thanks of Parliament be recorded for the clear and precise exposition of government policy contained in the address on the state of the nation by H.E. the President to Parliament on 6 June 2024.
Honorable Emre Kugonza, I want the order paper to capture the record very well. The mover is Honorable Emre Kugonza, not the Right Honorable Prime Minister. And the seconders is Honorable Catherine Lamwaka and Honorable Kunhira Agnes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Motion that thanks of Parliament be recorded for the clear and precise exposition of government policy contained in the address on the state of the nation by His Excellency the President to Parliament on Saturday, 6th June 2024. Whereas Article 101, Clause 1 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda requires the President to deliver to Parliament an address on the state of the nation at the beginning of each session, and whereas His Excellency the President, in compliance with Article 101, Clause 1 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, delivered the State of the Nation address to the 11th Parliament at Kololo, ceremonial grounds, on Thursday, 6th June 2024, aware that in the address to the nation, the President highlighted the transformation road of Uganda, emphasizing the three historical missions of prosperity, security, and taking advantage of the brotherhood of the African people, as well as the four principles of the national resistance movement of patriotism, Pan-Africanism, socio-economic transformation, and democracy. Recognizing that His Excellency the President informed the nation that the country has entered the lower middle income status and is realizing socio-economic transformation and democracy as a result of the correct policy, philosophy, ideology, strategy, and the national resistance movement, and assertion of patriotism and Pan-Africanism. Further recognizing that His Excellency the President informed the nation that the socio-economic transformation could be attained through education for all and prosperity for all in the four money-making sectors of commercial agriculture, manufacturing, services, and ICT, and these are being funded through Parish Development Model, EMIOGA, the GROW project, and UDB loans. Cognizant that His Excellency the President called upon Ugandans to desist from corruption, since it is a danger to Uganda's rapid socio-economic transformation. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Parliament expresses gratitude to His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda for his clear and concise exposition of the state of the nation and the State of the Nation address. I beg to move.
Is the motion seconded? Right Honorable Nakadama, Honorable Magezi, Honorable Florence Akiki, Honorable Jenna Cheng, Attorney General, Honorable Huda Reru, Honorable Mateke, Honorable Minister for Water, Honorable Minister for Ethics, Honorable Ramaka, Honorable Nandutu, Honorable Manjeri, Honorable Didi, Honorable most members here. Thank you. Honorable Kefa. Yes. Honorable, would you love to speak? Oh, Honorable Kunihira, because it's an official seconder. Honorable, would you love to speak to your motion?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In accordance with Article 101, Clause 1 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni Muhaburwa, the President of the Republic of Uganda, delivered the State of the Nation address on Thursday, 6th June 2024, at the first meeting of the first sitting of the fourth session of the 11th Parliament of the Republic of Uganda at Kololo Independence Ceremonial Grounds. His Excellency the President highlighted the three historical missions for Africa to survive and thrive, and these were prosperity for the African people, including the people of Uganda, strategic security for the African people, and taking advantage of the brotherhood of the African people. These historical missions are anchored in the four principles of the national resistance movement, and these are patriotism, Pan-Africanism, socio-economic transformation, and democracy. These three historical missions will stimulate the four sectors of the economy, namely commercial agriculture, manufacturing, services, and information communication technology. His Excellency the President informed the country that since 1996, the Ugandan economy has recovered as portrayed in the high production of homegrown and processed agro products, industrial products, whose total output has surpassed the internal demand, as I can explain. For instance, for the case of sugar, we are producing annually 600,000 metric tons, and our local demand is only 380,000, and thus generating a surplus of 220 metric tons. For milk, we are producing 5.3 billion liters, consuming only 800 million liters, thus a surplus of 4.5 billion liters. For cement, we are producing 6.4 million metric tons, only consuming 2.4 million metric tons, and thus generating a surplus of 4 million metric tons. The total annual surplus is being traded with the African market, within the African market and beyond. The President further informed the nation that through patriotism and Pan-Africanism, the East African community was revived and the common market for Eastern and Southern Africa, COMESA, consolidated. This has expanded the narrow market for Uganda's products. East, Central Africa and the COMESA are buying the surplus goods and services to a tune, for example, from COMESA of 2.157 billion United States dollars. And the East African countries are importing from Uganda goods valued at 2.140 United States billions from Uganda. With a more united African market, through the implementation of the existing common market protocols and the customs union protocol, Africa can then be able to negotiate with other countries for market access, and these potential markets are the European Union, the United States of America, China, Russia, the Gulf, and India. The President reminded Ugandans about the socio-economic transformation as a key ideology of the national resistance movement. The NRM government has continuously guided that the socio-economic transformation can be realized through education for all and prosperity for all, and joining the four money-making sectors of commercial agriculture, manufacturing, services, and ICT. The government has set up funds and initiatives for low income to individuals to enable them to attain socio-economic transformation. And these are the Operation Wealth Creation, NADS, Plan for Modernization of Agriculture, Entandikwa in the past, Paris Development Model as of now, the Myoga, the Youth Fund, the Women Fund, and funds from the Growth Opportunities and Productive for Women Enterprises that is codenamed as GROW. The more empowered individuals should borrow from Uganda Development Bank for agriculture, manufacturing, and some of the services such as tourism. The President highlighted that Uganda has entered the lower middle income status with United States dollars 1,182 per capita. This has been achieved after embracing the NRM's philosophy, ideology, and a strategy of economic recovery through restoring and expanding the production of the traditional cash crops and minerals, diversifying the cash crop with food crop, water, flora, and fauna, animal products, palm oil, and fruits, adding value to some of the raw materials and the knowledge economy, which have enabled the economy to grow from United States dollars 1.5 billion in 1986 to the current level of United States dollars 55 billion by foreign exchange method, or 180.29 billion by the purchasing power parity method. The President urged the youth to embrace the ICT sector for enhancement of skills, exposure to more employment opportunities worldwide, and innovation through the purposive use of the internet. Information, communication, and technology is essential in improving national productivity because it has the potential to make a government and business enterprises more efficient, effective, and globally competitive. ICT is a key tool for socio-economic transformation.
Procedure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm raising on the procedural matter. You see, we are debating State of National Address with the Leader of Opposition statement. And the debate, we always don't refer to notes. The honourable member attended the State of National Address. He was in the presence of the President. But he's reading figures and as if he's bringing another new statement on the floor of Parliament. And fun enough, he reads with the glasses on the head, then sometimes puts them on his eyes, which is his own fashion. But Mr. Speaker, are we proceeding well with the honorable mover of the motion, debating, but referring to notes, almost going back to that same? It's also as if he's giving another statement within the statement of the president he's supporting. Mr. Speaker, sir.
To begin with, the member is justifying his motion. Okay, and then after we shall debate. And I think he's giving a true record, because Honorable Sewungu didn't attend the State of the Nation. For the benefit of people like Honorable Sewungu who never attended, he needed to recap, and then they debate from an informed point of view. Resume. But maybe you can change on how you use your glasses.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I know my friend always wants to engage me, but we can do this outside this August House. But Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the protection. But I was doing this well knowing that we had a team that was not part of us in Kororo, and I need to capture what the President stated accurately. The President reminded Ugandans that the NRM government has put in place the legal and institutional framework to fight corruption, like the Inspectorate of Government, the Anti-Corruption Court, the Anti-Corruption Unit in State House, Criminal Investigation Department of Uganda Police, whistleblower policy, among others. These institutions need the support of all of us, and the Parliament should take the lead in the fight against corruption, as we are the representatives of the people. The President reiterated his commitment to fight corruption and reminded us that it is equally a duty of all Ugandans. This is a call for action to all of us to eliminate corruption in public service and from among the political leaders. The President further identified another actor in the corruption who gets bribes from foreigners to promote foreign interests and referred to them as both corrupt and traitors, whom he termed as being more dangerous. The President appreciated the working relationship between the three arms of government that have continued to steer transparency and harmony in the budget process and implementation of government programs to serve the interests of Ugandan citizens. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, lastly, I want to thank the President, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni Tumuhaburwa, for the impressive socio-economic transformation which has been achieved under the NRM government since 1986. The wages and job creation initiatives have enabled low-income earning Ugandans to be part of the money economy, which has enabled Uganda to attain the lower middle income status. I beg to move.
Thank you. Honorable Amaka. Honorable colleagues, read Rule 76 of our Rules of Procedure with regard to reading statements. I allowed Honorable Kugonza because he was referring to someone's speech. But under our rules of debate and presentation, you shouldn't be reading. You can refer to the notes, but you shouldn't be reading. Refer to Rule 76.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to second a motion for a resolution of Parliament to appreciate the President of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, for the clear and precise exposition of government policy contained in the State of the Nation address to Parliament on Thursday, 6 June 2024. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the President delivered the State of the Nation address accordance with Article 101, Clause 1 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, which the mover of the motion clearly explained that. The President's speech, Mr. Speaker, sir, was very captivating, thorough, and spot on in respect to government policy, plans, and programs, Mr. Speaker and honorable colleagues. The President's address was not only articulate and firm about the development trajectory of our country, but was also elaborate on the accomplishments so far recorded in the historic mission of transforming Uganda, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, the President is in his address to Parliament and to the nation started by highlighting 3 Africa's historic missions. And these missions were, if I could recall, 1 was on prosperity for the people of Africa, including Uganda. The second one was on strategic security for the African people. And the third one, Mr. Speaker, sir, and the August House, was about taking advantage of the brotherhood of African people. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, as I'm here to second the motion that was moved in appreciation of the President's address, the President gave a detailed account on how the 3 critical missions are being tackled and the roles of citizens. Mr. Speaker, sir, the President emphasized the need for each adult person to engage in the production of a good or service sustainably and selling it guided by the principle of profit maximization. And I think this is very critical for us as legislators and the people of Uganda, Mr. Speaker, sir. If further guided that the goods must be produced in sufficient quantities, aware of the fact that we have adequate market, the EAC market and COMESA. Mr. Speaker, sir, the sufficient quantities that the President emphasized us to produce the goods is to guarantee prosperity of Uganda. And this is inevitably, Mr. Speaker, because it brings in the question of addressing the demand in the market within the country, in the region, Mr. Speaker, sir. In light of this, the President delved into explaining about the second NRM ideological principle of Pan-Africanism, Mr. Speaker, regional and continental markets such as the EAC and COMESA, offering greater opportunities for prosperity for the country, for countries like Uganda who are member states, Mr. Speaker, sir. Honorable colleagues, the President gave statistics to bring this point home. And you all agree with me that according to the statistics of the President, currently COMESA is buying goods and services worth $2.157 billion US, which is something that we need to really appreciate annually for Uganda. And Mr. Speaker, sir, EAC countries are importing from Uganda goods worth $2.140 US, Mr. Speaker, sir. And according to the President, these are statistics that we really have to take keen note of, Mr. Speaker, and the August House. Today, Uganda has annual surplus production in sugar of 220,000 metric tons, Mr. Speaker, and the August House. Milk, 4.5 billion liters. In the absence of the regional and other markets, this would either be wasted or would distort local prices, thus undermining the prosperity of Ugandans, Mr. Speaker, sir. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, in his address, the President covered all the 4 ideological principles of NRM, namely patriotism, Pan-Africanism, socio-economic transformation, and democracy. And the President informed the nation that the correct philosophy, ideology, and strategy of the NRM party and government have enabled the economy grow at a good rate, honorable colleagues. The measure adopted in 1986 have enabled the size of the economy grow from US dollars 1.5 billion to US dollars 55 billion by the foreign exchange method, as the move of the motion highlighted in his motion, and the same US dollars 1080.29 billion by the purchasing power parity, as the move of the motion highlighted, Mr. Speaker, sir. Right Honourable Speaker, this is impressive and commendable growth that we must appreciate as the August House, and something good for Uganda as a country. The President informed Ugandans that we would have been able to post more growth had it not been for some existing trade barriers in the EAC. And on that note, I remember, Mr. Speaker, sir, the President imploring us that all East African countries must work hard towards removing all kinds of trade barriers, Mr. Speaker, sir, for us to benefit as member states, and remove all bottlenecks so that we exploit the full potentials of the markets that we have. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, the President emphasized the subject of wealth creation, which the motion mover elaborated on this very, very clearly. And I want to believe that colleagues were able to appreciate that fact. And the President said, remember, we should all participate in the 4 sectors of commercial agriculture, manufacturing, and artisan services and ICT, using the many funding opportunities which the mover of the motion highlighted them. However, I want to emphasize that it is very crucial, Mr. Speaker, sir, as the President highlighted, that as legislators, we embrace this move being advocated for the President for socio-economic transformation in our community and for the country as a whole, Mr. Speaker, sir. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, the President highlighted a number of tasks ahead for his government that he will undertake. The President assured Ugandans that after full recovery from the adverse effects of corona, the government will ensure that it provides completely free education for the Ugandan children in government, primary and secondary education, Mr. Speaker, sir. And this is something that we must appreciate. I heard the Leader of Opposition mentioning something to do with education. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm glad that the President in his address to the nation mentioned the issue of education as something very critical to this government. Right Honourable Speaker, the President also highlighted the elimination of corruption as one of the key tasks to undertake. He pledged to crush the traitors that engage in the vice, Mr. Speaker, sir. And Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, I believe strongly in the commitment of the President and the Executive as highlighted in his address of the nation. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to really call upon the House to embrace and accept and receive the address of the President in good faith for the good of all Ugandans and to make us move forward. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, allow me to once again thank His Excellency President Yoweri Museveni Kaguta, the President of the Republic of Uganda, for fulfilling his constitutional mandate of delivering the State of the Nation Address of 2024. There is no doubt that the President's address and his commitment in his address Right Honourable Speaker, the President's address put forward in the nation address as well elaborated by the mover of the motion to this August House, Mr. Speaker, sir, a number of progressive policy options that were elaborated on that will take our country to a greater height. Right Honourable Speaker, long live His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, long live Uganda. Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to second the motion that was moved by the mover. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Honourable Agnes Kunihira. Long live all of you, honourable colleagues.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I stand to support the motion appreciating His Excellency the President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni for a clear and concise State of Nation address. Right Honourable Speaker, the President placed emphasis on a better collaboration of the East African countries in the spirit of East African community to allow fair trade that promotes production. We thank him as he gives us more hope for prosperity for all. The sectors like commercial agriculture will grow and feed into the industrialization. Right Honourable Speaker, His Excellency the President emphasized the government's commitment to the promotion of agro-industrialization, which aims at enhancing production through value addition. This will improve competitiveness of agricultural products in the sub-region and Africa as a whole. He mentioned areas where we are producing more and exporting. For example, dairy products, sugar. All this has contributed towards growth of agriculture sector to 5.1 from the previous year of 4.5, creating more jobs, export expansion, in addition to the traditional cash crops. Right Honorable Speaker, the President implored all Ugandans to engage in wealth creation by taking advantage of government programs like Emyoga, PDM, GROW, which provide affordable capital and also creating jobs for youth and women. Government has continued to release funds for PDM. This will accelerate economic growth as the 39% households will move to the money economy. As leaders, we who are here, let us do our part of mobilizing them, the population. Right Honorable Speaker, His Excellency the President highlighted issues of interest rates charged by the commercial banks and individual lenders. These directives should be implemented by the Minister of Finance. It will facilitate individuals to access working capital, more especially those who cannot get through the interventions of Uganda Development Bank and Agricultural Credit Facility. We look forward for the Minister to address this issue. Right Honorable Speaker, the President indicated that this time round he will not tolerate corruption with the public sector and also we politicians, political leaders. We must join him to condemn corruption. We all know a lot of money is lost through corruption, denying NRM government to fulfill its mandate of providing better services in terms of good roads, health facilities, and education. I want to conclude, Right Honorable Speaker, by appreciating His Excellency the President and the government for steering this country. Right Honorable Speaker, finally, this is not in his State of Nation, but it's an appeal. I'm urging government this time round in the next financial year to consider improving on the issue of payee to increase the threshold from 235 to 500. You are aware that the workers are suffering because of this tax and more others. So it would be better that in the next State of Nation of address, the President and government will bring this out. But with those few remarks, I want to thank the President for his State of Nation address. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Agnes. So the question for debate, Honorable colleagues, is that the motion that thanks of Parliament be recorded for the clear and precise exposition of government policy contained in the address on the State of the Nation by His Excellency the President to Parliament on 6 June 2024 be adopted. That's a question for debate. And honorable colleagues, we are coming to Prime Minister's time. So let's first sort out that and then we shall resume with the debate later. Let's do item 6 and then we shall continue with the debate. You know, Prime Minister's time is mandatory under the rules. Once it's 4 p.m., I have an option if it's a Thursday.
Item 7, Prime Minister's time.
No, I wanted us to first handle item 6. Is it ready?
Item 6, statement by the Right Honorable Prime Minister on government business for the succeeding week, 5th to 8th August 2024, pursuant to Rule 28 of the Rules of Procedure.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I'm happy to provide a statement of business for the succeeding week and our rules of procedure, Rule 28, as lead of government business. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I therefore submit the following government business for the succeeding week, that is from 6th to 8th August 2024. 1, the Engineering Professionals Bill 2024. Number 2, the National Teachers Bill 2024. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you. Next item.
Item 7, Prime Minister's time.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, we got questions, written questions from a number of members, and I want to start with Honorable Museveni William Ndoli, Member of Parliament, Buwekula South, Mubende District. That Mitiana Mubende Highway construction by Enago Company was supposed to be completed this year, that's 2024, but they have not reached even halfway. Why is it that the work is too slow? And since the contractual time has elapsed, what is the way forward for this road? Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, his prayer is that, Right Honorable Prime Minister, can you please update the House on the status of this road? Here is my response. The Mitiana Mubende 86-kilometer road is a national road in the central sub-region. The road connects the capital city of Kampala to the western region towns of Fort Portal, Kasese, Kagadi, among others. The road is an important international route used to access Uganda's borders with Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, and crucial for agriculture, trade, and security. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the government of Uganda, through National Roads Authority, signed a contract on 4th January 2021 for the reconstruction of the Mitiana Mubende road, that is 86 kilometers, I have already told you, including upgrading the 14 kilometers of towns in Mitiana town or municipality. The construction works will improve rebuilding the road, which had deteriorated and was affecting the traffic flow along the major route, including repairing the drainage facilities, installing new road signs and road marking. The project is fully funded by government of Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the project was originally intended to be completed by 15th April this year. However, the progress of works has been affected by limited resources in the last financial years. This lack of resources forced the contractor to slow down the implementation of the project. The contractor had implemented 40% of the works when the financial challenges were encountered. Currently, the contractor has completed work worth 32 billion, and the project is expected to be completed by the end of this financial year. Government is working to ensure that resources for the completion of the project are availed to the contractor to enable him or them to complete this important project. Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the Mitiana Mubende Road is an important link and was prioritized for reconstruction by government. And the government therefore committed to ensuring that the project is completed, as you all know, and we will put in place measures to make sure that the contractor is paid in time. The second question, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, came from Honorable Judith Peace Achan, Member of Parliament, Nwoya District. She says that when was the last time NEMA visited Bokona factory in Nwoya district to ascertain whether they are still complying with environmental regulations and address the following concerns. One, whether there is proper treatment of factory waste or hazardous waste management. Then two, whether the ministry has enforced the law in place. On several occasions, the community around the factory complained to her over air and water pollution. And she's asking what measures has the line ministry done to save the lives of the people. And number three, that whether the management has a waste minimization plan. Number four, and whether there are site interim measures and site remediation. And her prayers are: one, last warning to be given to Bokona factory to restrain from polluting air and to comply with the regulations. Number two of her prayers is that for the community around Bokona suffering from this hazardous waste disposal, can management take a lead in ascertaining the health of the people who live in there, and if found or suspected to be infected because of the waste disposal and air pollution, they must be treated and compensated. Number three, compensate those who suffered injuries from the accident that occurred at the site as a result of pipe bursting. Number four, that the Committee on Climate Change should visit the factory to ascertain whether they are still complying with the regulations. That, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, my response is that it is true that Bokona factory, a biofuel production factory using maize, sorghum, cassava as raw materials, has environmental non-compliance issues with government through NEMA handling already. While the factory was established through due process with requisite environmental and social impact assessment and water abstraction permits, our recent compliance inspections have confirmed serious issues of non-compliance, especially in regard to waste water discharge from the distillery to the waste ponds created 300 meters from the factory. The distillery discharge to the waste ponds without adequate treatment is not in line with the conditions of approval of the environment and social impact assessment certificate issued by NEMA. That, Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, inspectors have already visited the factory and confirmed that the pungent smell is actually from the waste discharge ponds established by the factory, and appropriate compliance assistance and guidance have already been issued to the company. After inspections by NEMA inspectors, the following actions were taken. One, an improvement notice was issued to the factory, guiding them on the process to establish a proper affluent treatment plant for the distillery. Number two, the factory accepted the guidance issued by NEMA and committed to put in place an engineered effluent treatment plant by September this year. Number three, in the meantime, NEMA suspended the distillery operations as of April 2024 to avoid further accumulation of the effluent into the pond. That, Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, although the effluent in the ponds still emits a strong smell, this will be addressed through effluent treatment plant. Our inspectors will continue to monitor the progress made by the factory in rectifying the problem, and failure to adhere to the compliance guidance issued to the factory will result in 2 appropriate actions in line with the provisions of the National Environmental Act 2019. This can include suspension of the entire factory operations, prosecution in courts of law, and imposition of fines for breach of certificate conditions, and government will continue to follow up this matter to its meaningful resolution. Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, NEMA team recently visited the factory and is working with the company to convert the waste into organic fertilizers after conducting studies on the chemical composition of the cassava waste. The third question came from Isaac, Member of Parliament, Padiere County, Nebi District. That the number of high-risk depleted bridges in Nebi District continues to cause increased loss of life through accidents. Nyaravu Parambo Road in Nebi District has 3 high-risk bridges, and Aira Bridge has caused over 30 deaths after the year, over the years, including school pupils on the school trip. School pupils on a school trip. As a result, the district applied to the Ministry of Works to take the Parambo Nyaravul Road under UNRWA, but to no avail. Districts no longer have funds to renovate or build bridges. And his prayer is that what is the way forward in helping districts carry out renovation or construction of high-risk bridges. Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, this is my response. That government has allocated 190.4 billion for Duka district, that is district urban and community access roads, bridges over the past 15 years. That is from the year 2009 to June 2024. And these funds were primarily channeled through the 2 projects codes, that is code 0269 for the construction of selected bridges and code 1558 for rural bridges and infrastructure development. The ministry funding for Duka bridges has averaged Uganda shillings 20 billion annually over the first 5 years. While this budget allows the construction of about 3 to 5 bridges per year, government intend to add more money to construct the bridges in a phased manner. Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, on 28 September 2021, the ministry received a request from the Chief Administrative Officer, NEBI, local government, to take over the maintenance function of Nyaruv Parambo Road and Wadelai Kaptri Agok Road. Subsequently, on 17 September 2021, the Ministry of Works requested the district to provide information regarding the use, function, and administrative purpose for the road, as well as the district council resolutions to facilitate evaluation of the request and consideration for reclassification. Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the Ministry of Works prepared guidelines for reclassification of the public roads for community access roads to district roads and the district road to national roads or trunker roads. These guidelines were circulated to all chief administrative officers and town clerks on 3rd January 2024. However, the ministry has not yet received any submission from the districts, even after circulation of these guidelines. Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the district is therefore, or the districts are therefore requested or to resubmit their application in line with saturated guidelines to enable the ministry to determine whether the roads qualify for reclassification or not. The increased funding for the roads and bridges on Duka network over the past years has yielded some improvements, as you all know. However, the network still faces significant challenges due to aging infrastructure and harsh weather conditions that further worsen their condition. Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, government through the Ministry of Works will conduct thorough inspections of the bridges on Nyaravul, Parambo Road, including Aire Bridge, to assess their condition for appropriate action. The first question, Right Honorable Speaker, came from Honorable Byakatonda Abdul, Workers Representative. He says that, Right Honorable Prime Minister, I raise a matter concerning government's commitment in promoting silkworm farming in Uganda. And prayer one is asking what specific measures are being put in place to operationalize this key investment. My response, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, is that government proposed to prioritize certain projects both in NDP 3 and NRM manifesto. This is in line with government's objective for the planning period, which includes improving household incomes and generating forex for the country through exports. Whereas government identified sericulture as a potential area of investment, there was insufficient data available to inform the economic and technical viability, guide the design, and implement full-scale investment in the sericulture industry in Uganda. Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, since 2012, government has been engaged in action research using a two-pronged approach to, one, support private investors to bring in their own capital with standard incentives such as land, and two, support the public sector investment through the PPP, that is public-private partnership. In 2012, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, government supported private sector investors by allocating land to establish a silk production and processing facility in Gomba. And in 2017-18, government initiated an action research project into the sericulture industry development using the PPP approach. This was meant to generate information to guide the strategic investment into and adoption of sericulture as a key economic driver in the country should it prove viable. In 2022, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, government initiated a detailed evaluation of the economic viability, technical performance, and implementation efficiency of the sericulture investments in the country. Several MDAs have participated in these efforts, including my office, the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, Ministry of Finance, National Planning Authority, Economic Monitoring Unit, Office of the President, and in addition to the multiple committees of Parliament have been involved in monitoring, including committees on presidential affairs, science, technology and innovation, whose reports and recommendations have been considered. The reports and recommendations are going through the process of government to guide the next steps in sericulture investments in this country. Prayer number 2 from Honorable Yakatonda is that how does the government plan to ensure successful establishment of mulberry plantations and silk processing facilities and exports? My response, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, is that information derived from the action research should inform meaningful investments into the entire sericulture industry, including mulberry plantations, processing facilities and export activities. As of June 2023, the evidence we had guided some key strategic decisions, including the need to have silkworm egg production in the country to support those who have already taken initiatives. The prayer number 3 from the honorable member is that what strategies are in place to ensure that expansion of silkworm farming and production in Uganda is sustainable and environmentally friendly. My response, Right Honorable Speaker, is that the data we have so far collected includes indicators that will provide answers to key questions, including 1, the overall economic viability and hence sustainability of the sericulture industry in Uganda. B, research and technology infrastructure that the country must put up. C, the target market and hence the standards. Then D, the human capital to sustain the industry. And E, processing infrastructure. F, strategies for expansion. And G, environmental protection plan. Given that both the mulberry and silkworm used in the commercial sericulture are foreign varieties and variants respectively, and H, the regulatory framework that must be put in place. Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, it is also at this point that government will determine the targeted investment as well as investment strategy for the industry. The prayer number 4 from the honorable member is that can the government provide more details on the financial appropriation to operationalize this project fully? Honorable Speaker, my response is that this will be determined following the completion of the strategy which we are currently working on as mentioned above. The prayer number 5 from the honorable member is that how does government plan to ensure that potential economic benefits and job creation opportunities from silk farming are maximized and distributed equitably across the targeted districts? Honorable Speaker, my response is that it is a government policy to ensure equitable distribution of economic and job benefits from any industry. However, we are aware that there are multiple factors that impact on the implementation of particular industries in given districts, including climate, land tenure, etc. Currently, there is no information to affirm the number of people and regional distribution of economic and job benefits from sericulture industry, since government has not yet finalized key strategies. Is prayer number 6 that what specific trade? Yes, what do I do? I'm about to conclude. His prayer is that what specific trade and export policies or agreements are being pursued by the government to facilitate the global export of Uganda silkworm and products and mentioned in the media. My response is that the government is undertaking this exhaustive analysis, and that's why this question has not been answered for like 2-3 months because of so many. Now that we are starting our session, that's why I thought we should answer this question, colleagues. I want you to be patient. Government is undertaking this exhaustive analysis of action research findings and laying down strategies. This process is also expected to inform the specific trade and export policies or agreements to be pursued by government to facilitate the global export of Uganda silk yarn and products. Here's prayer number 7. That is Abdul. How can government synergize this industry with current interventions like the participatory model and other to promote financial inclusion. This is the last response. That Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, PDM has principles which guide the adoption of enterprise on priority list. It is focused on high productivity and intensive setup to enable households still in subsistence economy to join the money economy. Whether silviculture enterprise can be adopted or not will depend on whether the findings from the action research align with the principles of PDM priority list. Question number 5. The Honorable Michael Kakembo, Member of Parliament in Entebbe Municipality. He states that I bring to your attention the illegal issuance of land titles in Kituburu Central Forest Reserve to individuals and companies. That the forest reserve, which is about 200 acres, is in one of the 4 important remnants of lowland forest near Lake Victoria that help filter water pollutants, windbreaker for the forest adjacent settlements. Previously, the communities lived in harmony with the forest and accessed medicine and firewood. At the moment, they are being restricted from accessing the forest. It is absurd that the encroachment and degradation of Chituburu Central Forest Reserve is taking place under the watchful eye of government. In 2013, the National Forest Authority sanctioned the private investor to cut down some trees, claiming they had become old and were a danger to the adjacent communities. While trees were harvested, there was no reforestation. In 2018, part of the forest was fenced off by a private developer who later constructed cottages and lodges. In 2022, NFA cleared the Fisheries Protection Unit of Uganda People's Defense Forces to occupy part of the Kituburu Central Reserve. To date, the following individuals have attained titles in Kituburu Central Forest Reserve. Mega Industries Uganda, David Hood Mpiji, Deborah Mbabazi, Mega Industries, Mulkin Enterprise, Mega Industries, New Nordic Uganda, Triple Sound. Upon receiving the disturbing information pertaining to the grand fraudulent titling of 46.227 hectares, that is freehold land titles, of Kituburu Central Forest Reserve to a private company called Triple Sound Investment Limited, we held a meeting over this fraud. The meeting was attended by officials from NFA and the local leadership. The NFA officials confirmed that while the title was genuine, it had been obtained through fraudulent means, and that this is potentially the final nail in the coffin. That we are aware that degazettement of forest land requires the minister seeking approval of Parliament as per section 812A, 3 and 5 of the National Forest and Tree Planting Act. His prayer is that can you outline any immediate plans or strategies, or the other one was a question, that government has to protect and restore Kituburu Central Forest Reserve, including the cancellation of fraudulent titles. This is my response, Right Honorable Speaker, that there have been attempts to encroach on Kituburu Central Forest Reserve, including forest product or forest produce harvesting, illegal construction of settlement, and illegal titling of the forest reserve land, which has sometimes culminated in two court action against government. The illegal titling of the forest reserve land is done by some wrong elements in the government or in Uganda Land Commission and the Wakiso District Land Board, in cohorts with area land committees, and finally, titles issued by the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development. Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, government has encountered 7 titles created in Kituburu Central Reserve, and the titles have been submitted to the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development for cancellation. This will also continue. We shall also continue sensitizing the neighboring community in the municipality and fishing villages to coexist with the forest reserve. The government, through the National Forest Authority, has actively involved the local community leaders and the district security committee to restore the integrity of the forest reserve. Recently, NFA management, working with Honorable Kakembo Michael, Entebbe municipality, encountered an illegal land title on Kituburu Forest Reserve, measuring 47 hectares. That is 116 acres, and has been submitted for cancellation. The prayer number 2 from the honorable member is, would you clarify government's involvement or oversight regarding the activities conducted in the Kituburu Central Forest Reserve, such that the harvesting of trees without the reforestation efforts and the construction of cottages and lodges by private developers? My response, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, is that the forest reserves are managed in accordance with the National Forest and Tree Planting Act of 2003, and that Uganda Forest Policy 201 and Uganda Forest Policy 201. Policy Statement 7 states that Uganda forest biodiversity will be conserved and managed in support of local and national socio-economic development and international obligations. And strategy number 5 focuses on promoting the development of biodiversity related tourism to generate income for the local and national benefits. As you are aware, tourism is one of the biggest source of revenue for the country as we move towards the middle income status. Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, government has therefore, in accordance with the laws, licensed tourism activities within Kituburu Central Forest Reserve as a low impact activity. This is a good practice not only in the forest reserves but also in national parks and internationally. The construction of cottages in the forest reserve is therefore done lawfully and informed by environment and social impact assessment. Prayer number 3. Are there any investment? So my response is, some of the cases mentioned in Kituburu Forest Reserve have already been escalated to courts of law, including Entebbe College School versus NFA, Namaise Alice and the others versus Entebbe College School and NFA, Hudson Mukasa versus NFA and Commissioner Land Registration. These cases against NFA by Hudson Mukasa has since been judged in favor of government. Prayer number 4. In accordance with the National Forestry and Tree Planting Act, my response, since I already talked about this, is that the National Forest and Tree Planting Act 203, Section 7 and 8, prescribes the procedure for declaring a central forest reserve, as well as the amendment of order declaring the central forest reserves. Section 8 and 5, subsection 5, states that amendment of an order declaring a central forest reserve shall be approved by Parliament, signified by its resolution. The mandate to de-gazette or gazette lies with Parliament and not any other arm of government. This measure was put in place to ensure that double protection of the forest reserves as national assets. Number 6, from Honorable Charles Ayume, Koboko Municipality. As the country, he said that as the country prepares for Pamoja Africa Cup of Nations, bid AFCON, some stadiums have already been selected and budgeted for. However, there is a private investor in West Nile, Arua City, who is developing a stadium. He took out a lease from the city authorities, and it is a 20,000 seater capacity stadium, probably at 40%. His prayer is that can government, and this is the last question, honorable members, can government reach out to this private developer, as is the norm when we are hosting international events, to see if they can infuse him with some support and see if this stadium can be completed through maybe buying shares or equity. This is because Arua is only 400 kilometers from where the action will take place. My response, Right Honorable Speaker and the honorable colleagues, is that the Ministry of Education and Sports, through the National Council of Sports, has planned incentives to private investors in the development of sports facilities. This is among the unfunded priorities as submitted in the budget of framework paper of 2024-2025. When this funding becomes available, we shall be happy to engage investors like the owner of the stadium in Arua to see how best we can work together. That Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I beg to submit.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable colleagues, I postponed matters of national importance so that it can be considered as questions during PM's time. And I hope the ministers will be here to support her, especially for those which are very specific to the sectors. So let's shoot. It's not a matter of national importance, it's now a question. Frame it as a question. And we shoot so that we can have as many as possible. And I start with Honorable Barimwezo. I add on Honorable Muwada, followed by Honorable Chemuta Ivri.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to say thank you for according me an opportunity. My question is, my question concerns the eviction and demolition of people's homes and businesses in Greater Kampala by NEMA. Right Honorable Prime Minister, we have over 8 million people residing or living in low-lying areas, including wetlands. Uganda has a deficit of 2.4 million houses. And if NEMA just demolishes people's houses without a resettlement plan, we are going to have a terrible situation in the country, insecurity. And NEMA recently gazetted, just in September last year, gazetted the wetlands. And after gazetting, they did not open the boundaries, neither did they plant planters or mastones to make sure that they separate the wetlands from the people. And considering that recently we had Lake Victoria sagging, there was an increase of about 1.3 meters, which water spilled over and encroached on the people's land. The question is, are you making any plan to resettle the people? Considering that the president, when was launching the sustainable blue economy in Kenya, he said he's not going to evict forcefully the people. And he said that he was going to make sure that he compensates the people. Do you have any plan to resettle our people?
Right, Honourable Prime
Considering
Minister.
that these are Ugandans that...
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Right, Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, the fact is we all have a responsibility to protect our environment. Secondly, the fact is the boundaries of our wetlands, the lakes, are clear. Recently, the lakes reclaimed their boundaries. It did. So where it ended, that is the boundary. Yes, I request that Mr. Speaker, you protect me. Right, Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, nature reclaimed its boundaries by replacing a number, including government facilities. That's why I want to assure you, colleagues, that government will protect those boundaries so that we protect the national good of everybody. Yes. I now request, as leader of government business in Parliament, honorable colleagues, to join in so that we can protect our nature. Uganda is gifted by nature. Those of you who are widely traveled, you know what is happening in other countries. The global warming.
No, right, Honourable, in this session, the answers are equally short as the questions, so that we accommodate as many
you
as
know,
possible.
the challenge I had, he also took time.
He was repeating himself, and for you, so you don't need to repeat yourself.
I believe they have understood. Let us help our people to leave the forests, to leave the wetlands, to leave all those ecosystems of diversity, so that there is nobody who will be protected. We shall not resettle people because we don't have that money. Let them live.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, you see, when we talk about compensation, resettlement, this is not money which comes from the pocket of the president as an individual. It would be money that would pass here. Now, we need to ensure that we only compensate for lawful practices. If you have any issues to do with people being in wetlands, I don't know how you will bring that money here for compensation. To me, really, honorable colleagues, I think if people were in wetlands where they are not supposed to be, those people should be evicted, should leave without any single compensation. I think that should be, we have to be very clear as a house on that. Honorable Mwada.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I'm raising as a Shadow Minister of Foreign Affairs. In the past few weeks, reports have emerged that Uganda consulate in Dubai, which is rented at the expense of a Ugandan taxpayer, is now housing a casino and gambling equipments, and the reports suggest that they were imported into UAE by the line minister for foreign affairs, Ewan JJ Odongo. The consulate is ordinarily headed by a consular general. And we, as Parliament, pushed for this consulate to extend support and services to Ugandans who are very many in thousands living in Dubai. Surprisingly, turning the consulate into a casino and a gambling house contravenes the laws of UAE, our laws, and international laws governing diplomatic premises. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I now rise as a Shadow Minister of Foreign Affairs to seek answers from government and pray that the Minister for Foreign Affairs is summoned to appear and make a statement before this House. As well, we want to learn what administrative, disciplinary, and diplomatic measures have been undertaken. I'm still speaking. This is a different government. What disciplinary and administrative steps have been undertaken to address this development? Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm praying that Parliament institutes an investigation in this matter, because the consulate was established in accordance with the law and is expected to be managed in accordance with the law. By establishing a casino, it caused a diplomatic embarrassment for our country.
Honorable, let's first listen to the response from the Prime Minister, and then we can say that because of Prime Minister's time, questions only go to the Prime Minister. No prayer beyond the Prime Minister.
I take your guidance, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable colleague. Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, the Minister mentioned here is also a Member of Parliament. Now that you have requested for a statement, I will make sure that he comes here to give a statement over the matter.
On Tuesday, Right Honorable Prime Minister, we shall have the Minister on the schedule. Honorable Pio.
Thank you, Right
Then
Honorable
Honorable
Speaker.
Migadi.
My question to the Prime Minister is on the huge discrepancies in the cost of first-class maritime construction in this country. As we speak right now, there's an oil seed project in which 110 billion has been allocated for 81 districts to construct 15 kilometers of roads at a cost of 90 million shillings per kilometer. Ministry of Works gave indicative planning figures for first-class maritime construction in their budget framework paper of 30 million shillings per kilometer. In my district, we are constructing a first-class maritime contracted out at 15 million per kilometer. 15 million per kilometer. 3 different ministries or entities with 3 different rates for the same class of roads in the same district. When we go into the Ministry of Lands and Housing, they're also undertaking another road project at 200 million shillings per kilometer. My question to the Prime Minister, what intervention can we take? Because it appears that every ministry that has a road construction project has its own rate of construction. Yet we can achieve more coverage with the little resources we have. Thank you.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
The oil seed project is under the Ministry of Local Government. We had already got wind of this, and we are doing investigations, and we shall come up with an answer. However, even districts have variations. For us in Kakumiro, we are doing a first-class maram at 9.8 million. Your district is doing it at 15. The Ministry of Works is doing it at 30. I think we need to harmonize. We shall harmonize this.
Right Honorable, this will be helpful because issues of the terrain and all that, But honorable colleagues, I thought this was the aim of program-based budgeting, so that we have one ministry in charge of roads. And that was the argument which was traded, but now you can hear local government is in roads, you hear lands is in roads, KCCA in roads. So I think, right, Honorable Prime Minister, we shall be grateful if you harmonize. I don't know when you think you can come back to us on this matter, because the honorable colleague is saying in their area, when he came and told me, said they are about to conclude procurement, and they are going to procure at such a huge sums. So I think the guidance needed is very urgent.
Honorable members, I believe I have powers to direct. So I direct the Minister of Local Government to stop that procurement process until we harmonize.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Chemtai, Honorable Megade.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir. Madam Prime Minister, in the month of May, Bukwa District Disaster Management wrote a letter to your office about a school called Ariawet Primary School and Tuled Primary School that was blown off by the storm. As we speak, the students are studying outside, actually on trees. Whenever there is rain, they stay home. Madam Prime Minister, what are you doing? Number
Thank
two.
You. No, we take on one question. Right, Honorable Prime Minister?
They are not in trees, they are on trees, they are under trees. That Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, we received his issue, her issue, and we are handling, and I promise that iron sheets will be given to your schools so that the district can now re-roof those iron sheets. I will get in touch with the member so that we can move together.
Thank you. I really love how Honorable Namuga called the Prime Minister and gets the attention quickly. I had around Honorable Megadi, Honorable Pius Wakabi, and then Honorable Achon. Then I said,
Right Honorable Speaker and Right Honorable Prime Minister, last year, Senior 6 students sat the exams, and Makerere University published the number of courses available. A number of students applied for those courses, including on government scholarship. 19 students were admitted on the course which is called Bachelor of Information Systems and Technology. In January this year, Academic Registrar also called for applications, and a number of students applied for the same course. As we speak now, the university has scrapped this course with the students already admitted both from government and private, and scrapping starting with these same students, and they have been turned away. What is the government doing to ensure that these students attain their education?
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, I know about this, and the Ministry of Education and Sports is handling the matter. I will inform the member when they are concluded with their findings and the way forward.
Thank you. Honorable Pius, then Honorable Achon, then Honorable Mariam Naigaga.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, in the State of Nation Address by the President of 2022, the President promised to create centers of excellence by supporting traditional schools. And in Bunyoro, Kabarega SS was chosen among the schools to be rehabilitated and supported. But up to now, the school is in a sorry state. It needs urgent attention. What plans do you have, Right Honorable Prime Minister?
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, you know, the NRM government, once we plan something, we do it. You know, that's why I'm proud of our government. My brother, work is in progress.
Thank you, Honorable Achon, then Honorable Naigaga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, the question I'm raising, in 2016, I know this country had the opportunity to receive the electricity deep to the rural, which has been going on, and we appreciated what the government is doing. The problem that we're having, there are two projects. One is for the World Bank and one for the sub-county. So the concern, there are some people who are being compensated in order to allow electricity or electric pole to pass into their land or the compound. So it's kind of delaying all these projects. Honorable Prime Minister, would you really make a clarification to this country, not Olutuula, so that let whatever the electric pole or the electricity pole be passing into everyone's land should be really very clear if they should be paid or not, because some are blocking this development. Thank you.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable colleagues, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, this issue of compensation has truly delayed some of our projects. In other countries, say like the neighboring East African countries, land belongs to government. And here, land belongs to people. I believe people want electricity. And I believe our people also need roads for easy communication and for development. So we have delayed the projects, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, because of compensation. And so I request us to copy the example of Tanzania. If we are to have these projects run for the benefit of our people. But as it is now, when land belongs to people, government has to compensate people. That's the law as we stand. So I request that for us, what we did in some of our areas, we want electricity. And sometimes when the pole passes, somebody can use his land. And so, Mr. Speaker, I request some of us, the members of parliament, to prevail over so that government programs do not stall. We have different projects. Some projects have compensation. Other projects do not have compensation. But people want these services. So I truly request that we need to copy some of our neighbors, the way they are doing their things.
Thank you.
Thank you so
much. Yeah. Right Honourable, I think Honourable colleagues, this is a common issue in all your areas. But to me, I would look at it from a different perspective, Right Honourable, from how we negotiate projects. And it's going to cause us bigger problems. All the projects for electricity that I've done in my constituency, there was no compensation. People gave us land, people gave us without any problem. But now when it came to World Bank, the condition is you must first compensate. Now, the people who were not compensated on the last one are saying, no, you must also come back and compensate us, because how come you're giving these ones money? So it's causing confusion everywhere. And I think this is a matter of us engaging the World Bank, that people want electricity, they want to volunteer to give us land. We are just passing a distribution pole. Okay? We do it cautiously without destroying people's property. Please, let's implement the project. This money, which would be for compensation, would even help us to extend electricity the more. So to me, Right Honourable, this is a matter of our people who engage with our development partners. Like how it was done for other projects, we request engage the World Bank so that we can overcome this issue. Okay? Honorable Naigaga, followed by Honorable Nakazwe, Honorable Court Peter, Honorable Sarah Najuma. Honorable colleagues, don't mind. I don't know why you're panicking. We are still here. Yeah. I'm receiving cheats. I want to speak. You speak, you go, you leave me here. Yeah, we have to be together here. Especially those sending me cheats and those whom I see are having a sign of running away, you will speak last. So please, let's.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, last month we had a baraza by the State House Anti-Corruption Unit in Namutumba district. Unfortunately, from the time they left the district, there has been continuous arrests. We have over 30 people now in Iganga prison. When I contacted the CID department of Namutumba district, they don't have capacity. There is no any report. Now I'm asking, under which arrangement are these people being arrested? Because there is no any report incriminating them. These were just mere allegations during the baraza. Even those who submitted the allegations have not gone to police to submit facts about what they talked. I want to understand whether there is a different directive as far as per diem is concerned in Namutumba district. Thank you.
Right Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, the fight against corruption has now gone to Namutumba. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I will only direct that the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Police expedite the process of investigation, take these people to court, and the court process will release them free if they are innocent.
I'm happy. The same position of tier of 20 leading to the but to date, no
Thank
sugar
you
has
very
come
much,
from
Right Honourable Speaker.
Atiak.
Right Honourable Speaker,
And the citizens are
matter
asking,
that I
where
brought you
is the
office,
value
as a
for
matter
our
of national
tax money?
importance was the very first that Right
Honourable Speaker, the government borrowed money in 2021 for Karamoja Jinja Expressway to improve the connection between Kampala and Jinja cities and to neighbouring countries along the northern corridor.
Speaker, Honourable Prime Minister, National Medical Stores does deliveries to the health facilities on a quarterly basis. The last delivery were done and all the health facilities, at least for the
filling the gaps where government is meant to be taking action.
Essential drugs.
When the country is sinking, Right Honourable Speaker, we cannot all just become spectators to cheerlead those who are steering our country.
Malaria. What plans does government has to mitigate these 3 months moving forward?
Minister for Health, let me help the Prime Minister without. The Minister is here to back up the Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Prime Minister, most of our coatem is procured by the Global Fund. So the supply
What's up Uganda, what's up Kampala, my name is Calvestin. Kwenye kusati vitibu ya muziki. Sakone ya kabi. Choko achamu kwa kumida kutibu. Sure, choko achoshirunye nyo. Zeo kwa mtusako program ya video zo bangolaba ku TV nyungi. Bankuwa ebibya mbezo kwa toshitegera. Ze bambuta moya hamina mutati nyunyi kwanga. Chimukula to chamani. Program majise mbeka wentambizo.
Right Honourable Prime Minister, I rise on issue of elephants in my area where 5 villages were invaded from Semliki National Park and people's crops have greatly been affected. My prayer, Right Honourable Prime Minister, that Ministry of Tourism, in collaboration with the LWA, send a technical team on the ground to assess the impact of damage. I thank you.
Right Honourable. Oh, Minister for Tourism is here.
I want to thank Honourable Robert for raising the matter, and we discussed it, but next week with the team will be there to assess.
Thank you. Honourable Seru Kenya, followed by Honourable Kaya Christine.
Thank you. Honourable Speaker,
My question is about people who are trying to steal people's land in the name of NEMA. Of recent, my constituents got land, my constituents got money from World Bank to construct Kalidubi project or drainage, but it's unfortunate that these people are telling people to demolish their houses and go away in the name of NEMA, yet that place is not gazetted. So, Madam Prime Minister, my question is, how can you construct drainage in a wetland? So I need to be helped.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, the question, the answer, they are the same. You cannot construct a drainage when there is no wetland, because it is in wetlands where we get clogged water. And so we shall investigate that matter, I promise, and come up with a solution.
Yes, Honourable Christine.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, my issue goes to the district land boards and issues concerning with the leasehold land tenure system. Right Honourable Speaker, many of the leases are getting expired, but our people had settled on these leases not knowing that they have a span of years. But Right Honourable Speaker, we are getting many homeless and landless people. When the leases expire, the renewal in most cases goes to new faces who do not accommodate the natives at all. And some of those who have gotten leases immediately transform them into freehold land, especially here in Uganda. Right Honourable Speaker, I'm here to ask on if the Prime Minister can really direct to, first of all, halt the transfer of leases into freehold and also the renewal of leasehold land titles here, especially in Uganda. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Right Honourable.
Honourable members, the President has on many occasions, he has been very clear that the Bibanja owners, the tenants, the bona fide occupants of the land, whatever land that is in question, have right over the land. And you know that when somebody or a person has been on land before, for 12 years before the amalgamation of our constitution, that is 1995, those are referred to as bona fide occupants. And so, honorable members, I think this is just a matter of the law, and I don't want to curtail. I will not be the one to curtail the law. Let people seek guidance from the land officers who are in their districts. I definitely know they will guide. If not, we can, you, Madam, and myself, and the Minister of Lands can always come together and see how to help people as issues come along.
Thank you. Right Honourable, it seems to be a really complicated matter, like you've said, which would need your meeting with the Minister for Lands. Yeah, and I totally agree with the Prime Minister. If this had come as a written question to the Prime Minister, the answer would have been more, detailed and would carry more meat. But for now, coordinate, it seems to be a much deeper problem. Yes. Honourable Isingoma, followed by Honourable Olanyageba.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, about 2 weeks ago, Right Honorable Prime Minister,
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Honorable Prime Minister, this is for you. Two weeks ago, I received a delegation of staff from Hoima Referral Hospital. They came, of over 20 members of staff, and reported to me that at the moment, they have about 65 members of staff who have been deleted from the payroll, unjustifiably. And this happened in March of this year. Since that time, these people have not been earning. Right Honorable Prime Minister, you know very well the central role played by this hospital in our region. It is a catchment area for, I think, 4 hospitals: Kiriandongo, Hoima, Chiboga, and Kagadi, and even some parts of Mubende. So I think this kind of dispensation is very unfortunate, and we need to move quickly to address it before it escalates.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Minister for Public Services here should support the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. And I want to thank the Honorable Member of Parliament from Hoima City for this question. Since March, Auditor General embarked on the validation exercise of our public servants. And the validation exercise found out that there were people who were employed in government who did not have the required documents, and some of them were actually ghosts. So they ordered for deletion. And when they ordered for deletion, Minister of Public Service went for the second validation. And they discovered that some people had documents that were mixed up, and that was corrected immediately. Some people have been reinstated on the payroll. Even yesterday, some other people were being reinstated on confirmation from their employers that they were really employed by that entity. And we are going ahead to do more reinstatement according to what is brought to Minister of Public Service. But definitely some people will be deleted from the payroll, around 7,000 people. So that is definite, and that's why the validation exercise was done. So for Hoima Regional Referral Hospital, I went there personally, and we agreed they should be patient until they are owned by their employers, and some of them will be reinstated, others will not be, according to what was required. So I beg for more patience, and we will come and give here a report when everything is concluded. I beg to submit.
But Honourable Minister, I think it should be the other way around. Because you see, when you come, every people you suspect, you delete, you disrupt services, then you go reinstating, wait, be patient. Then will patients wait for doctors to be reinstated? I think it should be the other way around, that the only person you delete is someone you're very sure. You have run around 2-3 scenarios and you are very sure. And then you keep checking, removing, not first doing an omnibus removal, and then you go through reinstatement and you disrupt services. I thought it should be.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honorable. Unfortunately, some people were invited for validation. They even did not appear. Some had gone even out of the country, and they were not working for government, but they were getting salary. Some had already died, but still appearing on the payroll. So that's why the Auditor General decided to do omnibus deletion, and we continue verifying because government was making losses.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you.
Please expedite the process, especially you can categorize health centers are very, very critical so that we don't lose people. Honorable Gilbert Oranya.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Just Honorable Aisha.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, on the dot of time for Prime Minister's time, you suspended the debate and called in for the Prime Minister. Under Rule 41(8), Prime Minister's time should not exceed 45 minutes. It's now more than 70 minutes. Would it please you, Right Honorable Speaker, that we go back to the discussion, debate a very important matter that was on the floor, because time for Prime Minister's time has surpassed.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, Rule 25 of our Rules of Procedure, Thursday's Members' Day. The issues raised by members is one of the most critical items. So I know the provisions of Rule 41, but then I use my general authority under Rule 7 to address, members have had many issues. At least I request that we first comb them through so that they don't accumulate. And then we'll proceed. Yeah.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Prime Minister. Right Honourable Prime Minister, Karumba Bridge was closed on the 3rd of May for 3 months. It means by the 3rd of August, this coming Saturday, should be operational. The bridge was closed majorly for buses and heavy trucks. Right now, the bus owners in northern Uganda have parked their buses. Some of them, they are on loan, and the business in northern Uganda has gone down completely. Right Honourable Prime Minister, when the minister went to launch, the minister promised, and he stated that the money that will be used is about 7.2 billion. And right now, there is no serious work going on in Karuma. I would like to ask, on the 3rd of August, which is tomorrow next, shall you open the Karumba Bridge for buses and heavy trucks that are going to northern Uganda? And 2, will you really consider compensating those people who lost, especially those who are on loan for buses? And finally, will you investigate the Ministry of Works and UNRWA? Because what is going on is not corresponding to the 7.2 billion that they are talking about.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, I will start with the last question. I will definitely investigate. I promise that we shall investigate, and that will be next week. I will even take trouble to go to Karuma myself to see what is happening. And I will invite you. We shall go there together so that we do our oversight role. Honorable colleagues, you are aware that the efficacy of Karuma Bridge was quite difficult and delicate. There were eminent, issues that could lead to the collapse of that bridge. And once it collapses, then our people in the northern corridor will not have access this side. So we agreed in cabinet, and I remember we even came here and said that let the light trucks be the ones to pass because they are not heavy. And then the heavy trucks can see how to negate, others come and reach Karuma, others go up to Guru and these other places. Then others can apply the other long route through our park. Now, lastly, colleagues, we secured funding through the government of Japan, JICA, and we are going to put a new bridge. But as we wait to put up the other new bridge, we needed to repair the existing one so that we can continue using that bridge until the other one is completed. So, honorable colleagues, I will also request for patience. The NRM government is a committed government.
Thank you, Honorable Joyce Achan, Honorable Pascal Menya, Honorable Betty Awol.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My concern is about the distribution of the iron sheets through the office of the Prime Minister. Right Honorable Speaker, I happened to apply for those iron sheets to be given to the school of the special needs in Vara and District Union of Persons with Disabilities in Moyo and District Union of Persons with Disability in Gulu, District Union of Persons with Disabilities in Lira, and District Union of Persons with Disabilities in Apache. And I was promised that I would get these iron sheets in the first quarter of the last financial year. And those were only 540 iron sheets. Right Honourable Speaker, up to today, have not yet got those iron sheets, and it has not gone to those districts. I am wondering what criteria those iron sheets are being distributed, because I hear some MPs have already been distributing these iron sheets to their constituency. I thank you.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, the Office of the Prime Minister has got other ministries. The Ministry of Northern Uganda distributes iron sheets. So those that are going to Koboko and these other districts of Pakwach, that's Northern Uganda, will get iron sheets, I promise. But we also have iron sheets under Luwero Rwenzori. We have iron sheets under Busoga. We have iron sheets under Karamoja. We have iron sheets under Bunyoro. We have iron sheets under Teso. So all these ministries have got an item, all have got an activity to support our communities, the vulnerable communities, with iron sheets. So I will make sure that the iron sheets that are going to those areas are from those ministries. That is Northern Uganda and Teso, because she talked about a district in Teso. Thank you so much. You will get the iron sheets.
No, but Right Honourable Prime Minister, you know, this puzzles me. Now, colleagues who visited my constituency, most of them have called me. There's one who told me from Karamoja, said, I saw some of your parts are worse than yours. If you visit an area like Buhwenju. So for us who are disadvantaged and are doing badly and do not belong under any of those programs, how shall we, are we underwear? No, just go to Chianga, where some people go and ask. I had some MPs who went there last time. Reagan Okumu, Honorable, asked that, is this part of Congo? Is it an extension of Congo? So where do we fall? Because when you read regions, Bukedi is out of Uganda, parts of Uganda. I don't know how Mitoma will fall under Luwero.
Mr. Speaker, even in Bukedi, we are really forgotten. Totally forgotten in Bukedi.
So how are these affirmative programs designed, and where do you put hard-to-reach areas?
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, these affirmative action ministries were put in place to make sure that those hard-to-reach areas and those other areas that are believed to have been lagging behind are also equated with other places. And so, your district of Mitoma, especially that area which they saw, Chiamba, we shall make sure that they, because you are under Luwero Rwenzori.
You can give us a ministry.
No, you are under Luwero Rwenzori, Your Excellency, the Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Right Honourable.
You are under, because I took iron sheets to Kayungwe, and the Kayungwe under Luwero Rwenzori. Kayungwe is in Kanungu district. Yes. So
thank you.
You follow under Luwero Rwenzori.
So, honourable colleagues, you've heard, because I've heard many of you talk about this issue quietly, hard to reach areas. If you go to Honourable Kwizera's Rubuguri deep, you really wonder. Yeah. Honorable colleagues, Honorable Pascal Menya, the Honorable Awor Betty Ochan, Honorable Guzuri, Honorable Narima Betty, Honorable Ndiwarana, Honorable Osuru Morin. Then I continue.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we have very many issues, but let me raise this issue of cattle compensation, or we call it actually war debt claimant. Our people took government to court, and government decided that this case be settled outside court. But the compensation that has been going on in Acholi sub-region, and very many of the real owners of this cattle have long gone. If they compensate, sometimes they give 300,000. What can 300,000 do? 200,000, 500,000, and haphazardly. We have already documents that should be taken seriously. Right, Honorable Prime Minister, can you tell us why our people should be fooled when they lost their animals in this very regime, and when they went to court, it was the regime to settle it outside court? Should we go back to court? Tell us, animal compensation, cattle compensation, or actually war debt claimant. They have just recently even gone to court, and yet our people have won the case again. Thank you.
Right,
you pay us.
I rarely see Honorable Betty Award charged like this. Right, Honorable Prime Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I want members to know that I knew the Honorable Betty Chan when she was a councillor in Gulu. I was also a district councillor in Kibale. So we know each other, and I give her respect because of that. Honorable members, the issue of compensation, I want to allay the fears of my sister that the NRM government is committed to making sure that those people who lost during the war, and we regret the war, will be compensated as to when the funds are available. I thank you.
I think this is an issue we have followed up so much. If it's an issue to do with the amounts, the committee should interest itself. Where is Honorable Alex Yarugaba? Yes, I had seen him around. The committee should interest itself, because we've brought money in the budget. I don't know. Yes. So, honorable colleagues, the money that we appropriate here is the money which government will give. So let's give that serious attention. So I had picked, yes, Honorable Narima.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, last financial year, when we were here and we inquired about, by then, the pending mass renewal of national identity cards, the Minister of Internal Affairs came and issued us a statement. The Prime Minister comfortably came here and told us the funds are available and government would soon commence the mass renewal. Right Honorable Speaker, up to this day, when Ugandans' first batch of national identity cards is yet to expire on August 31st, given that we have commenced August, we wish to know, and can this country be updated? What's the way forward? How comes at this hour mass renewal has not yet commenced? And why is now the Kololo NIRA office failing Ugandans who want to renew their national identity cards? Why is it being failed? And given that whatever interarrangements can be done in Uganda, will the same national identity card be allowed overseas? When someone goes to Rwanda, Kenya, is there an arrangement? Can the country be updated on the way forward, given that mass renewal has not yet commenced? I thank you.
Right, Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I have been chairing meetings and meetings, so I'm quite updated. And I'm going to give you the current. That Honorable Speaker and colleagues, yes, current, because I had a meeting yesterday. That Honorable Speaker and colleagues, government is almost ready because we are in the process of buying equipment, which equipment we now have. We are, I believe, ready to go. We only, yes, we are purchasing, the process of government, buying equipment and doing the preparations is not easy. But we are now ready to go. We shall give you the date.
Thank you, Honorable colleagues. I believe this is a project which no one is sleeping because it is tied to the National Register. So I hope we support government on this and we ensure indeed it moves very quickly. In case you want, because last time we did whatever they wanted us to do. We approved the money. So if you have any issues, right, Honorable Prime Minister, you come back and we support you. This project is very, very critical. Honorable Ndajire Christine, Honorable Sor Maureen, Honorable Tebandeke.
Thank you, right, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Minister, we are faced with a very big problem in Bukomansimbi North. In Chigangazi Town Council, the local leaders are reporting brutal murders which are taking place due to the high increase of prostitutes in the area. We are having a very good season of coffee. So the coffee farmers are now getting some good cash. And the prostitutes came to find out. So they invaded the place from Lukaya, from Nyendo, and they are coming to our area. So far, we have lost 3 younger men, one of 28 years, 32 years, and 38 years, who have been killed by prostitutes. The problem which you have, most farmers don't bank their money. They keep their savings in their pockets. So when the prostitutes find the money, they just want to kill and go away with the money. And in Bukomansimbi North, at least most of men are legally married because we are so religious. But now it has caused a lot of domestic violence and increased numbers of HIV rates. So my question is, how fast can you do to relocate those prostitutes from Chigangazi Town Council to any identified place in Masaka City where buyers can at least find them to go and buy? Thank you.
Right. Colleagues, let's listen to Right Honorable Prime Minister. They've made your work very easy. They have even given you where you can relocate the prostitutes in Masaka City.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, I am happy that the NRM government has made people rich, including Bukomansimbi. These issues that have come because our people are now economically empowered will be handled, including prosecuting those prostitutes. We are going to make sure that we send there, even Busia.
Macho wants you to send them to Busia.
You want me to send them to Busia? Right Honorable Speaker, the issue at hand is not a simple matter because prostitution brings in these communicable diseases, and so we need to help our people. We shall make sure that we use the LOCs together with the local police, who will be assisted by people from Kampala, the security, so that we comb that issue out of, so that our people can invest their money.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues and honorable member, for the record, prostitution is illegal in Uganda. Therefore, we can't be in this house to say you transfer an illegality from one area, a crime from one area to another. So, Prime Minister, indeed, like you've said, handle with the Minister of Internal Affairs so that this issue is sorted. Honorable Sir Maureen.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, my concern is about the confiscation of national ID of our women by the money lenders. We have so many money lenders all over Arua City, and they are giving money to our women in Arua City. And as they keep on giving money, they end up taking the original national IDs of these women. And what's been our understanding is, I have never seen, ever I was born, I've never seen, you are given money in form of loan and you start paying off from that day upon receiving that loan. Every day you will be paying. So how fast, and also how can you help the women of Arua City to get back their original national IDs, because it has become a problem in the city? Thank you.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, first of all, it is illegal for any money lender to confiscate a national ID of any citizen. It is illegal, and I condemn it in the strongest terms. And two, the Money Laundering Act is very clear. It is supposed to be regulated by Bank of Uganda and the Ministry of Finance. I will get in touch with a member so that we can help our local people in Arua, so that it is the whole country. Then I will issue a statement.
Right Honourable, I remember even the President touched on this matter. Me, what I've advised people in my constituency is that in case anyone has lent you money against a national ID, come and report police how your ID is lost. Then we give you a new one. And then he takes air, because it is legal. The national ID is the property of government of Uganda. So how can you give property which isn't yours as collateral? And they don't want to listen. But our people are being denied PDM services, Emioga, because their national IDs are with money lenders. So we need to take it up seriously, especially those unregistered money lenders. Most of them, yeah. So it's a national issue. It's something you need to take up seriously, Right Honourable Prime Minister, to address nationally. I'm about to finish the members who registered their issues with my office. Honourable Tebandeke, Honourable Angura, Honourable Adiomu, Honourable Manjeri, Honourable Mpinde Bumari, and then I pick the rest.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, security agencies, more so police, they are using privately owned vehicles in operations during enforcement. These vehicles are commonly termed as drones. And to me, these drones are moving torture centers for suspects. Personally, on Monday 21st of last month, I was arrested and drowned in a drone. Right Honourable Speaker, when a suspect is drowned in the drone, he lies in the masses of the officers who are there. Cannot make any alarm to the outsiders because they are enclosed. To my research, I have not found any so-called drone in a government number plate. All of them are privately owned, and at times, even the officers who sit in there hold the gun, but in layer clothes. In civilian clothes. Right Honourable Speaker, my question is, under which circumstances do security officers would wish to apply use of privately owned vehicles vis-a-vis the government vehicles that are budgeted for? Secondly, how does the government ascertain the security of these suspects before they are criminalized from the torture of those officers who are within those so-called drones?
Thank you. Right Honorable Prime Minister. No, you know the rules under this time. Please, it. Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Hello. Give it to your neighbor. Give the question to your neighbor. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue at hand is a security issue. Right Honorable Speaker, you cannot see crime being done like a rat being chased by a cat. There are a lot of things that security sometimes do to avert crime. They can camouflage so that they arrest the suspect. But in this case, Right Honorable Speaker, of the drone vehicles, I request that you allow me, we investigate this and come up with an answer.
Thank you. Honorable Angura. Then Honorable Adium.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, my question to the Prime Minister. In the country, we have 10,717 registered parishes. However, 10,585 are the only parishes that are receiving PDM. In Tororo, we have 17 parishes that are not receiving PDM. We have so far given up to close to 200, going to 300 million shillings in PDM. These parishes that are not receiving PDM, when will they start receiving PDM funds? Because the neighboring parishes that are receiving are now shocking and overshadowing those that are not receiving. People are just smelling the PDM funds from a distance. When will they start to also receive PDM? And in any case, will they receive the areas that they have not received that others have received? I thank you very much.
Honourable Minister for Local Government.
Thank you very much. Right Honourable Speaker, I'd like to thank Honourable Angura for this very serious and important question. Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, I've seen a situation of administrative units which are not known at the ministry. And let me be clear. In the past, the districts had mandate under the Local Government Act to create new administrative units up to the level of parish. Parliament changed the law, and any administrative unit, even at the village, is not acknowledged until it is gazetted by the Minister of Local Government. As I speak today, in my custody, I know 10,594 parishes. It is possible that there are some parishes which fall under that category where the district, having passed them, the people know they have a parish. But every Ugandan who qualifies under subsistence must get his share of the PDM revolving fund. Under the parishes which are known, and those which are questionable, we always advise they get their funding under their mother parishes. I also have had this question of, allow me, Right Honourable Speaker, to answer it here now. The parishes which are big, and they are saying, but you are giving PDM equally to all parishes. When will we get money? Right Honourable Speaker, this is a very important question. PDM is not a distribution of money to every Ugandan, such that the more people you have, the more money you get. No. PDM is money to subsistence households. And we did carry out data collection to confirm which households are in subsistence, and we had parameters. But we are aware that there are some parishes which even then have a lot of households in subsistence. And therefore, we are working on a formula, a robust formula, because we had to start somewhere, colleagues. We started with what we call pro rata, give everybody 100 million. But what we have reached now, and this question was even in the census, we are able to now to develop a more comprehensive formula depending on the rate of subsistence of the households in the parish, the population, the geography, and so on. And we should be able to advise Parliament through Cabinet that such parishes much a little more money than the others, instead of having it all uniform. But that will depend on the formula we shall actually evolve. So thank you very much.
Now, honorable colleagues, PDM is one of the core government programs that is taking a lot of money that we are counting on succeed, that we are putting in a lot of effort. Personally, I have been holding meetings up to parish level with the beneficiaries, with the applicants who have not yet gotten, and I'm finding very many issues. And whenever I usually call on the minister, he's very quick to respond, and Honorable Garabzi. Honorable Minister, this is a critical program. I would suggest that please, can you give us an update, a status report as of now, how we are doing? And then we give you around 2 to 3 hours here of debate, of information. Yeah, sure, right, Honorable Prime Minister. Because this is a critical program that we shouldn't pick in questions.
Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, this is a flagship program. I've seen so many countries come here to benchmark, and I believe they are copying our formula. However, colleagues, we still have issues down there, including my district, and I believe all your districts. The other day when I was in Masaka, Chana Mukaka, we agreed with members of the community that let us see the beneficiaries. You know what happened? A young man who is a coffee dealer is the one who came, and many others who are a bit better off. And yet this program is for the poor. So I request members, irrespective of our political colors, this is our money. Can we go and help when we go back to our constituents? And, own this project, see how to come in and help, make sure that you also involve yourself to see the list of the beneficiaries. You may find this money going to the west. The targeted population may not benefit. And so I request all of you colleagues, over the weekend, you do the sampling. Go to one parish. Say, I want to see all those who benefited the other time. I want to see all those who are about to benefit. And then you guide as a leader. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So, honorable colleagues, I think it would really help, because some of the issues would need to be brought to the attention of the minister so that he gives clear guidelines. A very good example. I can give you just quick examples. Number one, parish chiefs steal money from one parish, and then you transfer them to another parish to continue with the stealing. And yet they even confess and accept they were extorting money from people. You transfer to another parish. Number two, PDC loan committees. These loan committees, the feedback I got from people, they are saying let them operate for only 1 year. Because loan committees, I apply, you don't give me someone who applies tomorrow, me who has been waiting for a year, you see him getting money. Because they went and negotiated. And what is happening right now, Prime Minister? People confessed they are paying 200,000, 300,000, and they are told this is government money, you don't need to pay it back, so let's share. And someone takes it, and they say, but I'm the one who will come demanding on behalf of government, and I'm the one who has shared with you. So you're just going to be comfortable. So the issues are many. They are so deep. Honourable Minister, when do you think you would be ready with a statement? Honourable Prime Minister has guided members. Then we could have even a full day debate on parish development model with the aim of improving it.
Right Honourable Speaker, I really wanted to thank the Member of Parliament of Bukoma Simbi. She rang and gave us a tip that there are people who are being told to pay 50,000 for insurance, and then 100,000 for brokers or commission agents, and then 10,000 for something. Today I've sent a team, and I want to assure you and to assure the country, the PDM beneficiaries are not supposed to pay any charge. The PDCs, the parish development committees, are given 1 million shillings per year. We are paying this money quarterly, 250,000. The parish circle leaders are paid 500,000 shillings for the administrative costs. This insurance scheme is not yet approved by the government. So, colleagues, this is where the Prime Minister has said, this is our program. Let's not allow our people to be cheated. So I can confirm, right, Honourable?
But Honourable Minister, money for PDCs for third quarter, your coordination office issued a directive that money be used for audit. Yes, my district commercial officer brought it out for audit. All of it was taken for audit. The PDCs are crying on the ground, and they don't have anything coming from the center. What are you auditing?
Right Honourable Speaker, I'm aware of this, and we discussed this in the National Policy Coordinating Committee, chaired by the Prime Minister. This was done by officers of the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, saying they have a mandate to audit. But that was not acceptable because we have auditors at the district. But, Speaker, I will give a report. Actually, the Cabinet has directed me to give a report in 2 weeks. And immediately then, I will submit the report to Parliament. I thank you very much.
So honourable colleagues, we can wait 2 weeks. It gives us time to get feedback from our people. Let's inquire from our people, we get feedback. And then once the minister brings an information statement here, I will gazette the whole session to be on parish model, because we are putting a lot of money, okay? And the Myoga, parish model and the Myoga. So right now, Prime Minister, the Minister for Finance should also prepare so that we handle parish development model and the Myoga. Yes, Honourable Adiomu, Honourable Manjeri, Honourable Mari.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank you for the parental care you accorded to Lubanyi Secondary School when they came here today, because they had refused them the access. But being that you were a parent and you were once a student, you allowed them to come in. So thank you for that. Right Honourable Prime Minister, during the State of the Nation address by His Excellency, one of the industries that His Excellency praised was the sugar industry. And he gave us even the figures that sugar is contributing about 600 metric tons per year to this export to this economy. Meaning that we are getting sugar out of the sugar cane. And then he brought out other crops also that are contributing to this economy. And some of these crops, like the coffee, the tea, tobacco, they get assistance from the government. When will the sugarcane outgrowers or farmers also benefit or get assistance from the government?
Right Honourable Prime Minister. Fertilizers for sugarcane growers and any other support?
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, I've had like 6 to 7 meetings with the sugarcane growers. And this time around we were talking about establishment of factories in Busoga sub-region, and the government through UDC is supporting this cause. Is that what you wanted? Or you wanted the government to, like we are supporting, we have supported the other farmers under NADS? Because now I don't think, because the money we are going to inject in the factories is quite huge, and to me this is a big support by government. So government is supporting the sugarcane growers. Recently, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, when the prices for sugar went down, government provided the money to support you people to take the sugar canes to northern Uganda. And that was done. So for me, I feel government, the NRM government has done a lot for that region.
Thank you, Honourable Manjeri. Honourable Mpindu Bumari.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, recently the traders in Kampala initiated a strike in response to IFRIS, in response to the enforcement of IFRIS by Uganda Revenue Authority. Right Honourable Speaker, due to the design and many challenges with the system, this system has faced a lot of resistance from the business community, particularly small and medium-sized enterprises. Right Honourable Speaker, in May, the President met the traders at Kororo Independence Grounds, and it was resolved that let the penalties be suspended to those who were non-compliant. Right Honourable Speaker, they further resolved was to be held with the traders. However, the President has continued to postpone, hide, and dodge meeting the traders.
So what's the question, Honourable?
My question is to the Right Honourable Prime Minister. When is government giving a conclusive decision on matters concerning the traders in this country? Thank you so much.
Can the President hide from his people, Right Honourable?
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, I want members here to note that the Prime Minister is not a sleeping Prime Minister. And the President cannot hide from his people. Let me give you the update. Today at 10, the President directed that I meet the Ministries of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, the Ministry of Trade, and the ministers came. We had, you will even see it on TV, the Minister of Internal Affairs and the traders. I had Kasita, I had that man called Isa, I had Sekito. Is he Isa? That one. He was in my meeting. You will see him on TV. Yes, let me give you the update.
Please, Honourable colleagues, let's listen to the Prime Minister. She releases us to watch TV.
Now that you are here, update. Right Honorable Speaker, we also had an interaction with the owners of the arcades, the likes of Drake Rubega. They were like 20. And we agreed, because the president did not meet the traders yesterday. Why? Because we are still renovating Kororo. We are renovating Kororo. That's why even your people, the president of NUP, could not access it. And you people were complaining. Even ours has not accessed Kororo. Right Honorable Speaker, this is the president at an appropriate date, and I believe the president will get a date and meet the traders. Secondly, we also agreed that let the shops be open starting from tomorrow. We also agreed, yes, these are the updates. We also agreed that there are people who are known as kifes, who have been scaring traders from accessing their shops, and that those police, I beg to submit.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, a person with disability constitutes 12.4% of the Uganda population. However, this information is not captured in the NIRA database. Now that NIRA is going into a process of giving out new national IDs, can you assure us, person with disability, that data for person with disability is going to be captured by NIRA, and on the new national identity card, a category of disability is put?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, the issue of the member will be deliberated on with the concerned members, and I will invite you for the same meeting so that we all move together as a team.
Thank you. Honourable Komakech, Honourable Dr. Tara, Honourable Nachimudi, Honourable Feta, Honourable Kwizera.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank you for the time you have given us to address the problems in our constituency. But in the same vein, Right Honourable Speaker, allow me bring the gratitude from Pade District to the Right Honourable Prime Minister. Ever since the NRM government came into power, we have only had one Prime Minister who has taken enough time to come to Pade, socialize with the locals, and amend the NRM power. Thank you so much, Right Honourable Minister, for coming to Pade. In that same vein, Right Honourable Prime Minister and Right Honourable Speaker, Pade has a vote of 917. Pade District has 1,359 councillors. In the last financial year, we appropriated money for paying of these councillors and LC1s, that's the ex gratia money, to a tune of 380,660,000. However, Minister of Finance only released 160 million. Right now, as I speak, the LC1s and the councillors are up to arms. Right, Honourable Prime Minister, when are our local councillors and LC1s receiving their ex gratia? Thank you so much.
Minister for Local Government. And this is across the country.
Right Honourable Speaker, last year we brought a request and Parliament gave us a supplementary budget to pay the councillors allowances, honoraria, and ex gratia. We did request the cows gave us a full update of the requirement per district. Unfortunately, this matter keeps on going on in terms of inadequate release of money to pay the councillors. I request, Right Honourable Speaker, you allow our sectors, finance and local government, to handle this under the chairmanship of the Prime Minister. It's not just a matter for one district, it is cross-cutting. And colleagues, we cannot sit in Parliament when a chairperson who is getting 10,000 per month is not paid. Councillor LOC3 is paid 35,000 shillings. It is not paid. LOC3 chairperson is paid 380,000 and it's not paid. And worse still, the chairman of an entire district, only 1.7 million, and then they have to say we are not paid. So I request, because of the magnitude of this challenge, we've tried as a sector, we've held consultations, but I think we need the big input of the Right Honourable Prime Minister.
She has promised she will do so.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Tara?
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. Right Honourable Speaker, the question that I would like to ask the Right Honourable Prime Minister is that at the time of independence, there were 11 sub-regions of this country, Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Can we, Right Honour, we need your
Right
attention.
Honourable, I'm this side. This side. I am here, Right Honourable.
I think you bring him to the front bench to make
and
it easier. Dr. Tara?
Yes, thank you. Right Honourable Prime Minister, I was just making my case that at the time of independence, there were 11 sub-regions of this country, and I must thank our mighty NRM government for taking services closer to the people, including the creation of cities at each of those sub-regions, and also regional referral hospitals to take specialists closer to the people. Now, the last one is Bukedi sub-region, and my direct question to you, Right Honourable Prime Minister, is when is Bukedi getting its city at Tororo and a regional referral hospital at Tororo? I thank you.
Honourable Minister for Local Government, the Prime Minister has requested you take on that.
Right Honourable Speaker, this week I got a copy of a letter by the cultural leader of the region, writing to His Excellency the President, and he gave me a copy, in which he says the people of Tororo have never requested for a city. It was clear, he said, we want another district, not a city. So unless and until we get a request in writing from the district council, having consulted the lower local governments and the cultural institutions, for now I don't see the issue of Tororo city.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Karangara,
Thank you, Honourable. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. My question to the Prime Minister is in the fisheries sector, because I represent the fishing community. Madam Prime Minister, in 2017, the government accepted and allowed the fishermen and women to use a hurry-up method of fishing. Hurry-up method should be stopped because it is illegal, and indeed it is illegal. But the government passed it. It accepted the people to use it in 2017. Now, the act that we passed here allows for the fishermen to use a boat of 28 feet only. The minister says we should use a different method of fishing called chota-chota in the fishing language.
Mr. Speaker.
Can you put it in a parliamentary language?
Mr. Speaker, that is the only parliamentary language I know for the fishing industry. Chota chota, yes. It is called chota chota. If you allow me, I will. If you allow me, Mr. Speaker.
Just ask the question, right, Honorable.
If you allow me, I'll bring a definition. Okay. So, Madam Prime Minister, please don't be distracted.
We just need the question, Honorable colleague.
I need to understand it because...
A question, Honorable colleague.
Chota chota, you are supposed to use a small boat, which is not allowed legally. The other boat that is allowed cannot be used using chota chota. Okay? So now, there is a confusion on the lake. The FPU boats, as the law, yes. But now, chota chota is supposed to be used by these people using small...
Honorable colleagues, the fisheries industry is one of the lucrative businesses we have in the country, and we get a lot of revenue and foreign exchange through that industry. And so, Right Honorable Speaker, we agreed to regulate this industry for the benefit of the country. While Cabinet was in Chankwanzi, we discussed this matter extensively. Because now those boats are dangerous. We have lost a number of people. They have killed many people and they are not accepted. I doubt whether the minister can really allow that. I will ask the minister to also come here and talk about the chota chota and hurry up.
I think the option you had given, right, Honorable.
Yes, no, the minister should come here and talk and answer that question, because if she's the one who made the statement, let her come and retrieve it.
No, the statement was never made
the other
here.
meeting, I promise I will invite you so that we move together as a team.
Yeah. Right, Honorable, we get many issues to do with that sector. I request you first meet the MPs from the area.
I will meet
from
them
the
next
fishing
week.
Communities. Yes,
Next
very
week.
Good. Very good. That will be really good. Honorable Feta, then Honorable Kwizera, then Honorable Nyanzi. We are concluding with those one.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, the government is undertaking a rehabilitation of Alui Nyaravuru Nebi Road, and the work is taking shape. It is very impressive. However, the Nebi Madiokolo Arua stretch, 93 kilometers, has developed life-threatening potholes and gullies. My questions are, what is the government plan for this road? 2, would it be right Honorable Prime Minister, for you to take time to inspect this road so that you appreciate what we are talking about, because the gullies are really life-threatening?
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, I've been to Madiokoro, I've been to Nebi, I've also been to Arua. I request the member to help me. Is Madiokoro on the road from Nebi to Arua? And if that is so, that road was contracted and the contractor is on site. Yes. Is that the stretch that was a bit relatively good before we contracted?
Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Prime Minister, I just drove on that road last evening. The stretch from Arua to Madiokolo to Nebi does not have a contractor, and the potholes are really life-threatening.
That Honorable Speaker, then I will cause a meeting with the Minister of Works and the agents of UNRWA to see how best we can work on those potholes and maintain that road to a more tolerable standard.
Thank you. Honorable Kwizera. Honorable Nyanzi.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Madam Prime Minister, my concern is increasing cases of impersonation in land transactions, and I will just use my example to illustrate that. I own a small piece of land, and the fraudster had a fake national ID bearing his photograph, but with my names and my name. So this is the ID that he was presenting to a prospective buyer. I proceeded to a registrar, and I was told that the search certificate generated by the system does not give enough information, because I have a copy of a search certificate from lands. And you'll find somewhere down, there is almost a disclaimer that it is up to you to certify that this land is a property of the person and not somebody else with the names. So I wanted to ask Right Honourable Prime Minister, isn't it possible to modify the system in lands so that a search letter comes with a photograph of the registered proprietor? Because why should a prospective buyer be at risk? The Ministry of Lands has all the information about the registered proprietor. How is that to save suspective buyers from these fraudsters?
Especially for individuals, like companies and all that.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, a member is bringing a very good and valid point. Now that the Ministry of Lands is updating and, the land registry, I believe we shall pick his point so that it can help the whole country. His point is so good.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, we have engaged the Prime Minister for 2 hours, 20 minutes. She's also a human being. I can see, I really feel pain when I see honorable colleagues who have been seated here and I've not given them an opportunity. I see when I look at colleagues who have been seated here for over 2 hours and I've not given them an opportunity. I really feel it. But again, she's a human being. Yeah? She's a human being. So it would be really sad if I don't give her space. And so, Lop, next week I'll also push for a little bit longer. Yeah. Otherwise, I should be using 1 hour, but you can see.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. 2 quick issues for follow-up. We discussed a bit the question of projects. And the Prime Minister was encouraging members to cajole their constituents to avail land for some of these projects where there's no money for compensation. I don't know how we'll get to deal with that situation and how these contracts are processed by government. So you have one, there's no compensation. There's another where there's compensation. Resultantly, what will happen, these colleagues here are going to be blamed by their voters of having eaten their money. We need to balance these things up. We want the projects to happen and as much as possible where people can avail their land. But when there is this project, no compensation, then another project comes, there's compensation, people will say, but you came here and encouraged us to give away our money. We need to process it properly and to make sure it is understandable. Finally, Right Honourable Speaker, colleagues have raised issues of drones that pick up people with gun-wielding men that are in plain clothes. The Prime Minister says she's going to investigate and come back to the House. Those were her words. Can I suggest that we have a proper statement from government and perhaps the Ministry of Internal Affairs on these drones, as opposed to, because it's good you're going to investigate, Right Honourable Prime Minister. Can we have something a bit more comprehensive? Because what's going to happen, Right Honourable Speaker, people are going to begin defending themselves. If a drone comes at you with gun-wielding men who are in plain clothes, you might assume they are robbers. And so you'll use self-defense, fight it off. Will you then be charged for assaulting officers on duty? I want to give an example. 3 years ago in Chebando, A drone was burnt by the area residents in Chebando because it had similar people. So people, raided it, the men ran off, and the locals burnt this drone because they were defending themselves. I don't think we should be pushing citizens to that extent. There is a mode of arrest that is stipulated in the law. I don't know why we don't follow it. So I want to suggest, Right Honourable Speaker, that the investigation that the Prime Minister is going to conduct should culminate into a statement from the ministry. Is that another mode of arrest that we should know? And then maybe amend the law. Because it's happening too much. It's happening to opposition. It's happening to NRM. It's happening all over, and it's not right. Because people will begin to fight it off. If I am raided and I have capacity to defend myself, you hear what the Prime Minister is saying, they will kill them. So is that what we want? Because if you are not introducing yourself that you're a police officer or security or whatever, you have come, you're holding a gun, you're in plain clothes. There's lots of robberies happening in the city. I'll assume you're robbers. I'll defend myself. So if you say, as somebody is defending themselves, then they'll be killed. Is that what we want? Right, Honourable Speaker, I beg that you guide, because the Prime Minister is rebutting. Now she's saying they have to be careful.
Now,
How?
Honourable Senyonyi, the Prime Minister is very cautious. She's not on record. It's you picking rumors from the corridors of Parliament and putting them on record. She's not noted anywhere.
Thank you for your guidance. So she's out of order. but on a very serious note, Right Honourable Speaker, I think it would be good for a statement. Good enough you're going to conduct an investigation. Can we have a proper statement so that we know? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Honourable colleagues. And also, these are matters which the sector committees can fall upon, because they need more attention. Statement after statement here is, we have a committee on human rights, we have a committee on defense and internal affairs. So, Right Honourable Prime Minister, do your work, and then we see how best we can follow up on that matter. Honourable colleagues, the leader of opposition presented a comprehensive statement, and the two are going to be debated together. State of the Nation and the motion, which was brought by our honourable colleagues, led by Honourable, just wait, Honourable Magezi, I will allow you. I think it will be very important for us to read through the alternative statement from the leader of opposition, and then on Tuesday, we debate from an informed point of view from both statements, since we are considering all of them. Honourable Magezi, you had point of procedure?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I have a small point of procedure, yet critical in terms of what we record on the Hansard. My dear brother and friend, the Honourable Lope, while making his statement, and I want to believe it was a mere slip of tongue, in his conclusion, he read some statements which I did not agree with, and I think he saw me shaking my head. And he said, I can see Magezi is mad. Yes, that's what I heard. I want to confirm that I'm fully in charge of my faculties. And I really want to believe that not agreeing with you must have triggered that, just as a slip of tongue. I don't think the leader of opposition wanted to say that Magezi was mad, and that it is recorded like that in the Hansard. But for me, I'm normal, straightforward. But of course, I did disagree a little bit. That's why you saw me shaking the head when you said, when the country is sinking, we cannot all just become spectators to cheerleaders, to cheerlead those who are steering our country to complete destruction. I thought that was going to the extreme, and therefore it's not a question of being mad.
So at that time you behaved like a mad person?
No, at that time I behaved like somebody who did not agree.
Okay.
So I thought he would confirm and say that should be corrected in the answer. I thank you.
Honourable Senyonyi.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Firstly, my statement clearly stipulated areas that are thinking that we all need to hold together. Corruption and so on and so forth. We all must work on for the good of all of us, yeah? Because when that sinks, all of us suffer. But regarding, when I said the Honorable, I can see the Honorable Majezi is mad. I want to help Senior that the word mad means many things, including angry. And so I saw you were angry. And that's really what I meant. Because I don't know the Honorable Majezi to be mad in the sense of being mentally ill.
I think you saw him as mad at you.
That's the point.
Okay.
I'm glad the Deputy Speaker knows. Yeah. You see the Gen Zs know these newer English words. So our senior comrade needs to learn them. But for clarity, I did not in any way mean that you are mentally disturbed. Because I don't think you are. I don't have any facts to that effect. I meant that you were angry. That's what I saw. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The answer will capture it well. Oh no, Martin, what say? You seem to be mad. It's mad at me.
No. I'm actually happy at you. And it's the reason I thought I would make this remark and appreciate you for, first of all, as a leader being exemplary in marketing destination Uganda. Because over the weekend, I think we should, we saw you in Buende with a team of Portuguese and, you know, showcasing the beauty of this country. And I want to thank you, and how I pray that the other members or leaders in this house can pick a leaf from you. I would be happy to see my brother Senyonyi, the leader of NUP, the leader of opposition, and maybe the entire NUP team for once, going out there and putting out a beautiful message about Uganda, not only the bad. So I thought I would appreciate you, and we appreciate you as a fraternity. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, it's always important to showcase our country, but also, I've seen many of you have gone to tour abroad. But the places we even tour abroad, they don't have a quote of what Uganda has. Uganda is gifted by nature, our climate and all that. So I'm telling you, I would urge you, honorable colleagues, to visit our national parks, to visit our national heritage sites. I went with Honorable Wadiomu and we visited Bishop Hannington site. I'm here to go to Chigur Rock. I want to understand my country very well. To Kidepo, you know, there is even very many places. If we could go in, because you see, you can love your country without agreeing with your government. The issue of agreeing with your government can be different from loving and. So I urge you, honorable colleagues, and by the way, it's an awesome experience. Yesterday, the gorillas came to me. It was, because you're supposed to keep a distance of around 10 meters, but they kept coming. Maybe they thought I was going to hold a parliamentary session, and they wanted to catch my eye. But it was so beautiful. It was a very beautiful experience. And whoever comes and visits, they really feel good. But Honourable Minister, really the issues, because I interacted, or I looked like them. We are 98.4% the same DNA, you know. The issues, I had a time right on a Prime Minister with the tourists, are becoming sharing a few issues, which they all talked about, and we are saying, if we could do ABCD, yes, if we could do ABCD, especially on telecom network, because these people want, the moment they take a picture, they share instantly. So do we have network in the national parks before the excitement goes away? Yeah? Then the roads, a road of 23 kilometers from Rwanda to Ruhija. It took me 2 hours. Then the one which goes to the side of Honorable Kwizera, Rubuguri, you will take around 4 hours. Okay? It's really, really bad. And then water. So, Honorable Commissioner, I was in your area, and I can see the community is trying to protect these parks. But when you look at the money we are getting, because we charge these people $800 for a permit to come and watch gorillas for 1 hour. But then the road, and so many of them are like, no, I take a wrong journey from Entebbe, then I add on a very bad road. But I know, Right Honourable Prime Minister, as a cabinet, you have focused on tourism roads, and we shall support you seriously on it. House adjourned to Tuesday at 2 p.m.